Chapter 4160. Crack. The bodies of Linghu Chueshue, Fu Hongye, and the others shattered. The dark red divine dragon toad also screamed crazily. Murong Qingqing spat out a mouthful of blood, staining her face red. Ah! Lin Xian had gone crazy. He would never allow the other party to hurt the people around him. The great sage pagoda was too late to defend, so he could only rely on him. Void escape. At this moment, Lin Xian activated many secret techniques. The great dragon sword soul, the terrifying power of Tai Chi, the void escape, and the 5 times strength of the peerless secret technique. Lin Xian rushed up and directly used the void escape to teleport away. Not only that, but the Yellow Springs Dao diagram also left with him. In the next moment, Lin Xian appeared in the distance, and the Yellow Springs Dao diagram completely enveloped him. It shattered with a loud bang. That place had completely sunk into oblivion, and several stars were completely shattered. No! Junior brother Lin. Linghu Chueshue and the others screamed crazily. Brother Xian. Murong Qingqing cried. The toad, the dark red divine dragon, and the others roared crazily. In order to save them, Lin Xian directly teleported the Yellow Springs Dao diagram away. He alone took a blow from the Great Sage King. More importantly, the Great Sage Pagoda was not beside the other party. No matter how strong the 9 Yang divine body was, it could not withstand such an attack. Only one of them was hit. The Silver Corpse Holy King was stunned. He did not expect the other party to be able to teleport his attack away. This kid also knew spatial magic. However, it was good that he was dead. He did not plan to let the other party live anyway. Damn it, how dare you! The peerless Holy King was completely enraged. At this moment, he desperately attacked. He repelled the 3 great sage kings. Bang! His back was struck by the world of men's assassin's sword. His entire body was sliced into 2. However, he used the law of devour to directly devour this terrifying saint killer. Quickly retreat, this guy has gone crazy. The 3 great sage kings frantically retreated. Sure enough, the peerless Holy King was pretending to go berserk, burning his bloodline and power without caring about the consequences. He attacked crazily. Third, the great sage king did not dare to fight against him. The best way to deal with a crazy person was to avoid them. On the other side, the people from Peerless City were trembling in anger. Murong Qingqing felt as if her soul had been sucked out of her body. She could not believe what she was seeing. Older brother Xian. She recklessly rushed over, but was sent flying by the power of the Yellow Springs. Her body died in blood. However, she rushed forward again. It was the same for the toad and the dark red dragon. Let us help you. They instantly rushed forward. It was the same for Linghu Chueshue and the others. Finally, they came to the front, but found that the front was already in ruins. That place had long become primal chaos, an endless abyss appearing. The void was shattered, and there was no one's shadow at all. There was blood. It was that kid's. He saw the dark red dragon's golden blood. This golden blood belongs to the 9 Yang divine body. Lin Xian was injured. Where is he? That brat should be able to block it, right? They searched frantically, but they couldn't find Lin Xian at all. Could it be that this kid was really dead? These people couldn't believe it at all. As for the people from the Great Sage King's city, they were laughing out loud. That was great. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. Because Murong Qingqing and the others were crazily counterattacking. The peerless Holy King's law of devouring was even more violent, completely swallowing the entire starfield. In an instant, the sages from the Great Sage King's city were extremely miserable and were instantly killed. Other than the 4 great sage kings, the others couldn't resist at all. Damn it, the eyes of the people from the great sage king's city were red. They had all brought experts this time. They had lost some in the gourd world, but they still had some top experts. But now, they were all swallowed by the peerless holy king. How could they be willing to accept this? Therefore, the 3 great sage kings were also crazily counterattacking. In the human world, the holy king-level assassins were also dispatched. And from the looks of it, he was going to continue hunting down Enchanting, Linghu, and the others. The peerless holy king once again launched a shocking attack, then turned into a black light and instantly arrived beside Linghu and the others. With a wave of his hand, he enveloped these people. Go! He also rolled up the great sage tower, and at the same time, set up a defense. These people entered the great sage tower, blocked the shocking attack of the 4 great sage kings, and then disappeared. Damn it! Damn it! The 4 great sage kings' faces were ugly. The 4 of them had joined forces, and originally wanted to kill the peerless holy king and the others in one fell swoop. Then, they might take the opportunity to take over the entire peerless city. But things were out of their expectations. They only killed Lin Xian, and the others didn't seem to be dead. And they didn't get the treasure. More importantly, they suffered heavy losses. The holy venerables they brought out were all killed. This made them so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. Damn it, go! These people also left quickly. The assassins in the human realm also hid. The assassin's lips curled into a smile. He didn't come for the treasure, but to kill Lin Xian. Now that he had killed Lin Xian, he could naturally go back. In the Great Sage Tower, everyone's mood was extremely low. Especially Enchanting, the dark red divine dragon, and the others, they still couldn't believe it. Was Lin Xian really dead? Damn it, I want revenge. The dark red divine dragon roared. Enchanting also gritted her teeth. I will use the power of the Kunlun Pavilion at all costs. I will definitely not let them have it easy. The peerless holy king took a deep breath. He said that revenge must be taken, but not too crazily. There was still a glimmer of hope. What did that mean? They raised their heads after hearing it. Could it be that Lin Xian wasn't dead? The peerless holy king said that he wasn't sure, but a trace of his soul remained on this weapon, and it hasn't disappeared yet. So, there was still hope. Hearing that, Enchanting cried tears of joy. The dark red divine dragon and the others also heaved a sigh of relief. But where was Lin Xian now? What exactly happened? They had no idea. The peerless holy king said, "Follow me back to the peerless city first. I won't let them have it easy." These people turned into streams of light and disappeared. As for this news, it began to spread. Lin Wuti was killed. That was impossible. The news came from the holy city. The holy king had personally killed him. No way, Lin Wuti actually angered the holy king. Which holy king was it? It was said that it was the Silver Corpse holy king from the Acheron hole. How could Lin Wuti block his attack? Indeed, no matter how strong Lin Wuti was, he was only a small saint. Compared to the holy king, he was too weak. This time, he was definitely going to die. Many people shook their heads and sighed. It was really a pity that a top sky pride had fallen. However, some of the geniuses in the holy city heaved a sigh of relief. Some of them even sneered. Great, the demon king was finally dead. No matter how arrogant he was, he had finally angered the holy king. In short, this incident caused the second astral realm to be in an uproar. Chapter 4161. It turned out that Wushuang City had directly destroyed one of the worlds of the Acheron Palace. That world of stars was torn to pieces, directly blown apart. Wow, it can't be. Wushuang City had counterattacked. And it was such a terrifying counterattack. Everyone went crazy. It wasn't over yet. After the Acheron Palace, the Great Desolation Mansion and the Myriad Demon City were also attacked. The worlds under their rule were also in tatters. The losses were very heavy. Wushuang City's attack was very decisive and swift. They returned immediately after they succeeded. The entire Wushuang City was heavily guarded, not giving the other side any chance. The third great sage city's sage ruler had just returned. When he heard the news, he was so angry that he vomited blood. Damn it! Pass down the order. Don't let anyone from Wushuang City go. In an instant, the atmosphere in the second astral realm became incomparably tense. Everyone went crazy. It was normal for there to be conflicts between the sacred cities, but they were usually small skirmishes. However, it wasn't the case now. The destruction of the stars was already very terrifying. It was very likely that there would be even more terrifying battles in the future. A huge storm would probably sweep through the second astral realm. Myriad Demon City. Jiu Di Qilin came out of seclusion. When he heard the news of Lin Xian's death, his lips curled into a smile. Is he finally dead? I originally wanted to kill him personally. But it's good. The spot on the pilgrim list is mine now. Gao Yu of the New Moon clan was also in a daze when she heard the news. Lin Wudi had died. She really didn't dare to believe it. One had to know that when they had participated in the Destiny Star competition together, she had achieved dazzling results. However, Lin Wudi had grown much faster than her and had left her far behind. She originally thought that she would never be able to catch up to him in this lifetime. Who would have thought that something like this would happen to him? Not only her, but the people of the Golden Crow clan and the Myriad Sword Pavilion all sneered. Even the people on the pilgrim ranking were stunned when they heard about it. What a pity. Chao Tianxing shook his head. On the other side, Gu Feng sneered when he heard the news. What heaven illuminator! He was indeed a person abandoned by the heavens. Only the living geniuses had a future. The dead were nothing. Some people were destined to become dust. Sealed land. This was a very famous forbidden land on the Green Hill Star. Because it was very dangerous. Legend had it that ordinary saints would definitely die if they entered. It was said that a great battle had taken place here in the ancient times. Two peerless saints from outside the realm had fought fiercely here. And countless saints' blood. After so many years, the aura. As soon as they entered, they would succumb to the pressure and become a blood-soul puppet. However, even if ordinary people didn't dare to enter, the powerful experts and geniuses could still enter. Furthermore, this sealed land would open up once every 300 years to send in some people with potential to cultivate. This time, it was time for the official opening, those who could enter. There were even people from other worlds who were preparing to come over and enter the sealed land. At this moment, in the depths of the seal, the void broke open. A black furnace came crashing down and landed on the ground. This caused the earth to tremble, and countless large cracks spread out in all directions. Calm. Could it be that there was another accident? Or did some treasure appear? They all rushed over. As for the black stove, it slowly opened, and a person crawled out from it. After he came out, he looked around cautiously. Then, he heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had escaped the pursuit of the three great sage kings. This person was Lin Xian. The furnace was the void divine furnace. Everyone thought that he was dead. But he was alive and came to this mysterious place. He was indeed in danger. He used the void escape to move the yellow spring Dao diagram to protect Murong Qingqing and the others. But he was in danger. The Great Sage Tower was not by his side. It was too difficult for him to block a Saint King's terrifying attack with his strength. It was basically impossible. However, he did not only have the Great Sage Tower in his body. He also had the Void Divine Furnace. Although he did not use this furnace usually and only used it when he was refining pills. But it was also a mysterious treasure that he had obtained. At the moment of danger, he took out the Void Divine Furnace and entered it. He dodged. The Void Divine Furnace was hit by the yellow spring Dao diagram. It tore through the void and entered the spatial turbulence. No one knew where it flowed to. Fortunately, this furnace was very terrifying. It actually withstood a Saint King's attack. When the furnace stabilized, Lin Xian came out and saw the surrounding scene. He realized that this was no longer the starry sky. There was no longer the pursuit of the three great sage kings. It seemed that he had left that place and his life was not in danger for the time being. He just did not know how Murong Qingqing and the others were doing. It seemed that he had to think of a way to go back. At least, he had to figure out where this place was. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows. He sensed quite a few powerful auras rushing over. In the next moment, he waved his hand and put away the Void Divine Furnace. However, a figure had already arrived in the void. He looked down and said coldly, "Who are you? What did you put away just now? Hand it over and I will spare your life." It seemed that he treated the Void Divine Furnace as a treasure and wanted to snatch it away. Lin Xian frowned slightly and looked forward. He had consumed a lot of energy in the previous battle. In addition, he was also injured when he ran away. At this moment, he could only use half of his strength. However, this was not someone that anyone could provoke. He realized that the figure in front of him was tall and straight. His aura was violent and even carried a demonic energy. Moreover, there was an illusion of a tail behind him. He was not a human. He should be a demonic beast. It seemed that he had reached the late stage of the minor saint realm. He should be an expert. He did not know what this place was. Therefore, he did not prepare to fight. He said indifferently, "You don't need to know who I am. As for the thing I put away just now, it belongs to me. Are you looking for other places? Are you a human? Humph. You are just a puny human. How dare you say that it belongs to you in this place? The entire sealed land belongs to us. Hand it over and I will spare your life. Otherwise, you will die without a burial place." Lin Xian was also angry. This guy was too arrogant. He snorted coldly. "Come and get it with your strength if you have the ability." Speaking of this, a terrifying aura surged out from his body, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, many figures appeared in the surroundings. They did not step forward but watched the battle from the surroundings. That must be Hu Donglai. He actually came. Looks like we have no chance. Yeah, we can't defeat him even if we join forces. Chapter 4162. Originally, they also thought that there were treasures, but now that they saw that tall man, they all gave up. Who was that? It was a human. He actually dared to challenge Hu Donglai. It seemed that he was courting death. Hu Donglai was also angry. "You dare to challenge me? It seems that you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. If you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish." His eyes became gloomy and cold. He slowly raised his palm. There was an astonishing power on it. His aura filled the air, and with a terrifying law, he slapped forward. A series of afterimages appeared. This claw grabbed at Lin Xian's throat. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. Facing such an attack, he did not dodge. Instead, he directly threw out a punch. The golden fist flickered with light and the flames on it jumped. Clang! An earth-shaking sound was heard. The two of them each took 3 steps back. Lin Xian sighed. Right now, he only had half of his strength left. Otherwise, this strike of his would have split the other party's hand apart. On the opposite side, Hu Donglia's pupils shrank in disbelief. The other party was actually able to fight evenly with him. It was really unbelievable. Could it be that the other party had some secret technique? How could he know that this was only half of Lin Xian's strength? If he knew, he would probably be scared silly on the spot. The surrounding people also cried out in surprise. This scene was really beyond their expectations. It seemed that a mysterious human expert had entered. Why didn't they know? Hu Donglia's face was cold as he asked coldly. Who are you? And who are you? Lin Xian asked back. Humph, you don't even know me. Hu Donglai was stunned. He thought that the other party was still arrogant. However, seeing that the other party really did not seem to know him, he also revealed a suspicious expression. Could it be that you are not from Green Hill? Green Hill, was that the name of this world? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He carefully recalled that he had never heard of this world. Could it be that it was not the second astral realm? Shaking his head, he felt that it was not possible. He should not be able to leave the second astral realm. Moreover, the second astral realm was too vast. He had only heard of the names of some holy cities. He had never heard of most of the world's names. So now, it was normal that he did not know. I don't know, I came here by chance. Lin Xian shook his head. A shocking killing intent appeared in Hu Donglia's eyes. If you don't know, then die. Wang. He condensed his hand once again, and there was a green flame dancing on it. Cyan Fox Claw. The terrifying claws suddenly grew in size, resembling 2 green mountains. The green laws on them continuously revolved. Its power was extremely strong. If this strike landed, it was likely that anyone of the same cultivation realm would die instantly. Wang. Lin Xian coldly snorted, instantly displayed the Heavenly Dipper battle sword, 36 battle swords, whistling between heaven and earth. The terrifying law of sword collided with the green fox's claws. A terrifying explosion swept out in all directions. The spectators retreated frantically as they screamed in horror. No way, this kid could really contend against Hu Donglai. Hu Donglia's Cyan Fox Claw is an ultimate technique. Even if we join hands, we can't block it. That brat had actually blocked it. His 36 Dao swords should be an extremely terrifying saint artifact. Everyone was talking about it. Hu Donglai was equally shocked, his face completely gloomy. Another fierce collision. Everything around them was turned into ashes. The two were once again tied, confronting each other. Hu Donglia's expression was ugly, while Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He nodded. Not bad, not bad. Although I only have half of my strength now, to be able to fight with me for so long. You are indeed a genius. After hearing this, Hu Donglai directly vomited blood. The other party was criticizing him. What qualifications did the other party have to criticize him? He was a genius to begin with. Moreover, the other party only had half of his strength. What did that mean? Was he looking down on him? Ah! He rushed forward. The 36 Heavenly Dipper battle swords burned with golden flames, transforming into 36 golden crows, and directly collided with the other party. Hu Donglai was forced to retreat. Lin Xian said, "I don't have the time to fight with you now. You'd better not provoke me, or else you'll end up miserable." "Damn brat!" Hu Donglai roared angrily. 5 tails appeared behind him, shaking non-stop. An extremely terrifying bloodline power burst out, and his aura and strength also increased exponentially. It seemed that he was going to go all out. Turning into a stream of light, he instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian, and the green fox claws crazily fell. However, he missed. He only managed to hit an afterimage. The void shattered, and there was no trace of Lin Xian at all. Was that brat killed? Impossible, not even blood flowed out. He should have left. What a fast speed. Everyone was discussing. Hu Donglia's face became gloomy. He felt a trace of spatial power. Did the other party use a spatial divine ability to escape? Damn it, the other party actually knew such a mysterious divine ability. Who was this person? Lin Xian used the void escape to leave this place. He did not fight with these people anymore. Instead, he wanted to leave as soon as possible. At least he had to ask where this place was. As he walked, he was suddenly stunned. Because he found that on the tree in front of him, there was a little white monkey waving at him. Lin Xian was completely stunned. Little White. This little monkey looked exactly the same as the Snow White little monkey. Could it be that the other party had also been knocked down along with him? Thinking of this, he walked forward and said with a smile, "Little White." Little White also pounced towards him. However, when it arrived in front of him, Lin Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. He felt a huge sense of danger. Boz! He did not have time to think and directly dodged. The place where he was originally standing was torn apart by the little monkey, and a terrifying spatial crack appeared. Lin Xian frowned, and a golden light flickered in his eyes. In the next moment, his face became even more unsightly. Because in front of him, it was not Little White at all. It was a rune that burned with green flames. An illusion. Lin Xian was too surprised. Someone actually set up an illusion to deal with him. Who was it? Was it the group from before? Suddenly, at this moment, he heard a sound. You can actually dodge my illusion attack. This is really unbelievable. How did you see through my illusion? Lin Xian turned his head and saw a young girl walk out from behind the tree. She was wearing white clothes, and her hair was braided. There was a collar around her neck. She looked very cute. She looked like she was about 15 or 16 years old. Lin Xian was shocked. Could it be that this illusion was set up by the other party? Could it be an old monster? He frowned slightly. After all, the unparalleled Sage King also looked very young, but his real body was a Sage King. Could the little girl in front of him be the same? Old monster, you're the old monster. The girl pouted her lips after hearing that. Obviously, she was very unhappy with this title. In the next moment, she formed a seal with her palms. Illusory Realm, Void Spirit /. As her voice fell, the scene around her changed again. Lin Xian felt that there was an endless void around him. The stars under his feet flickered, and there was a ray of starlight in the sky. Chapter 4163. Humph. This is all an illusion. Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light as he swept his gaze across the area. In the next moment, he realized that the scene around him had indeed disappeared. He was still standing in the same direction. It's useless. The illusion has no effect on me. Lin Xian said as he walked forward. The little girl was clearly shocked. Her array formation had been broken so quickly. That's impossible. However, at this moment, she smiled brightly. You still lost. As soon as her voice fell, a ray of light shone behind Lin Xian. It was a saber with a terrifying murderous intent. It made Lin Xian's hair stand on end. Boz! With a flip of his hand, he pulled out a battle sword and slashed out. A clanging sound was heard as the space was torn apart. A figure retreated. Lin Xian frowned as well. To think that there was someone else. He didn't notice it before. Could it be that this person was also hiding in the illusion formation? What a strange place. How could there be so many geniuses here? Lin Xian realized that he seemed to have come to an unusual place. He shook his head and prepared to leave. When the girls saw this scene, she said, "Hold on to him. He can break my illusion. He must have some secret on him. I must study it carefully." A man in battle armor walked out from behind her. He was holding a long and narrow saber in his hand. It was as thin as a willow leaf. However, he had already experienced its attack power. It was terrifying. This person was also a late small saint. It seemed like this place was a gathering place for geniuses. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many experts. Boz! The man in green battle armor moved. Instantly, 5 figures that looked exactly like him appeared around him and surrounded Lin Xian. The 5 figures seemed to be real. The aura on their bodies was equally terrifying. 6 Shadow Strike. The long sabers in the hands of the 6 figures fell together. The power was extremely terrifying. Could it be an illusion? Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and continued to investigate. In the next moment, he retreated and took out more battle swords. They formed the Heavenly Dipper sword formation to block the attack. The reason for that was because he had discovered that those 5 figures were not illusions. Instead, they were real. The Heavenly Dipper battle swords crisscrossed, forming a close defense. He blocked all 6 of their attacks. At the same time, Lin Xian sent out 12 swords to kill the enemy. The 24 sword slashes were used for defense. Combining offense and defense, he was able to handle it with ease. Wow, that's amazing. The young girl leaned against the tree and started eating melon seeds. The armored man furiously roared and the 6 of them attacked together. Resplendent laws lit up the world, making it so that no one could open their eyes. Lin Xian used the Heavenly Dipper battle sword to block, but at this time, the ground beneath his feet cracked open. The 7th figure appeared and charged forward. Was this the real killer move? Lin Xian shouted coldly. He stomped his foot and kicked the opponent's saber. With a clang, the 7th figure was forced back, and the other 6 figures also disappeared. Had he been discovered? Damn it, what a strong physique. Are you really human? The armored man shook his head. His arm was a little numb. What kind of person was this? How could he be so strong? The young girl was also shocked and couldn't believe it. Looking at your physique, such a strong bloodline power must be very powerful. The young girl's eyes lit up as if she was staring at a delicious meal. Lin Xian's face was covered in cold sweat. Damn, is she still a foodie? He also revealed his white teeth. Don't provoke me. I have eaten many monsters, such as the Golden Rock, the Golden Crow, I have eaten them all. You'd better stay away from me. The armored man was stunned. Was this for real? The young girl was surprised. Really? Was it delicious? Lin Xian's face was covered in cold sweat. The young girl wasn't afraid at all. He said, okay, you can't beat me, and I don't want to fight with you. I have to go. Who are you? The armored man asked. Lin Xian said, human, I accidentally came here. To be honest, I just want to go out and know where this place is. If you want to know, you can ask us. The young girl said, really? Then can you tell me where this place is? This is the Green Hill Star. The place you are in is called the Sealed Land. Lin Xian was even more confused. Can you tell me more details? Lin Xian didn't attack again. Instead, he asked carefully. Soon, he had a rough understanding. The place where the nine-tailed fox lived was very famous in the second astral realm. However, it was as mysterious as the sky demon-covered land. Ordinary people couldn't find its coordinates. Only some powerful monsters could find it. Humans rarely appeared here. Thus, Lin Xian's appearance came as a great surprise to them. The place they were in now was a forbidden area on the Green Hill Star. The sealed land opened once every 300 years. It was the opening time now. Hearing this, Lin Xian finally understood. It was no wonder why so many experts would appear here. It turned out that they were here for training. Do you have a map? I want to leave this sealed land and then leave the Green Hill Star. I'm ready to go back. Why don't we go together? We want to go back too. The young girl was called Qian Bai. She said with a smile. Next to her, the man in light armor was called Qing Feng. Okay, thank you very much. With these two leading the way, they should be able to get out soon. Sure enough, Qian Bai and the others took a detour to some dangerous places. However, in the past few days, Lin Xian also saw some battles. There were even some battles that shocked him. It seemed that the second astral realm was indeed terrifying. Other than the sacred city, there were still many terrifying geniuses and experts in other places. It was just that they were not known by the world. Lin Xian even saw a person who was very strange. The purple light on his body surged, forming a purple palace that floated behind him. Endless terrifying sword light was emitted from inside. Two people of the same level were instantly killed. Who was this person? Wasn't this the supernatural power of the Purple Void Temple? Lin Xian had fought with the people of the Purple Void Temple. Naturally, he knew. The people of the Purple Void Temple were here too. Seeing this scene, Qian Bai said. It seems that you are not a nobody. You even know about the Purple Void Temple. That's right, he was indeed from the Purple Void Temple. However, he had another identity. Then he was from the Demon Clan. His original form should be a purple dragon. Don't provoke this guy. This guy is very powerful. Qian Bai led the way and took a detour. The purple dragon of the Purple Void Temple? Lin Xian made a mental note of this man. After 2 days, they met another person. This person had a mysterious rune between his eyebrows. Lin Xian had seen this rune before. That was the symbol of the Limitless Sect. The top expert of the Limitless Sect, Chao Tianxing, was very mysterious. Legend said that he was not inferior to Gu Feng. The genius of the Limitless Sect was here too. What was his original form? Chapter 4164. The three of them took a detour again. After another 2 days, Qian Bai suddenly said, I feel sister's aura. As she spoke, she sped up and walked towards a valley in front of her. Qing Feng also smiled and said, let's go. Lin Xian was curious. Was this the sister of these people? He also followed. There was indeed a figure in the valley. Her back was facing the crowd. It seemed that she was not fighting but admiring the flowers. Admiring the flowers was also comprehending the great Tao. He did not know what great Tao this woman was comprehending. Sister. Qian Bai ran up directly. The woman turned around with a smile on her face. She took it from Qian Bai. You little girl, it's so dangerous here. Who let you in? Don't worry, Qing Feng will not be in any danger with me. Sure enough, Qing Feng also walked up and said, Sister, long time no see. Lin Xian also followed in, but he was soon stunned. He even widened his eyes in disbelief. To be honest, he really did not expect to meet her here. There's actually someone else here. The woman in front also raised her head and revealed a smile. However, when she saw Lin Xian, she was also stunned and almost screamed. It's you. Why are you here? How can you still be alive? She was really shocked. Do you know her? He's very powerful. He can actually break my illusion. Qian Bai was very surprised. Qing Feng was also stunned. This person seemed to have more background than they imagined. Lin Xian said, It seems that my news has spread. Then let me ask you, other than me, what happened to the others? There should be news spread out. Lin Xian was too shocked. He really did not expect to meet Qin Xianer here. She was a genius of the Acacia Palace. Moreover, she was also a genius on the pilgrim list and a super user of illusion. But why would the other party appear here? Could it be that she was also a demon? Previously, he had already met people from the Purple Void Palace and the Limitless Sect. It seemed that not every demon was going to the Demon City. They would also go to other sacred cities. Qin Xianer was even more shocked. She would not be surprised if she met anyone from the sacred cities here. However, meeting Lin Xian was simply too unexpected for her. Wasn't Lin Xian already dead? He was killed by the Sage King. However, why was he still able to appear here? Could it be that the legend was fake? The legend you heard should be true, but the ending is different. I dodged the blow. Hearing this, Qin Xianer was shocked, not daring to believe it. That was an attack from a Saint King. Even a Saint Venerable could not dodge it, but Lin Xian could. Lin Xian said, You haven't answered my question. Qin Xianer came back to her senses. She said that the others should be fine. They were all taken away by Peerless Saint King and returned to Peerless Saint City. Hearing that Murong Qingqing and the Dark Red Dragon God were not in danger, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. That was great. He was most worried about these people now. As long as these people return to the Holy City, they should be fine. Thank you for telling me. I won't disturb your reunion. Fairy, can you give me a map? I want to leave this place as soon as possible. Do you want to go back? Qin Xianer said, I advise you not to go back now. Peerless Saint City directly attacked the 3 great sage cities for you, destroying many worlds. If you go out now, you will be targeted by the 3 great sage cities. There will probably be a terrifying battle. Lin Xian was shocked again. He did not expect Peerless Saint King to fight back so crazily. However, he had to go back sooner or later. Qin Xianer said, Why don't you go back at a specific time? For example, when you go back during the Tao debate. I think that at that time, in front of so many people from the Holy City, those sage kings will not attack you openly. Tao debate. What is that? Lin Xian was confused. Qin Xianer was even more surprised. You don't know. Didn't the people from the Holy City tell you? Lin Xian shook his head. Although I joined the Holy City, I did not spend much time in the Holy City. I spent most of my time outside. Really, there are legends about you everywhere. Qin Xianer smiled. This was a huge event in the second heavenly world, and it was the most important one. It was held once every 1,000 years. When the Tao debate was held, almost all the holy city and some of the top families would participate. There was no age limit, and the cultivation level was limited to those below the Sage King realm. You can think of it as a grand competition. Not only would the participants of this competition represent their holy city, but the winner would also be engraved in the holy hall and receive supreme glory. There was also a reward for not being injured. It could be said that the Tao debate was something that every sage yearned to participate in. There was actually such a thing. Lin Xian was too shocked. It seemed like there were many things that he did not know. However, he guessed that if the three great sage kings did not attack him, Peerless Saint King would probably tell him about it when he returned. How long was there? The Tao debate was about to start. Not much, there were still 10 years. 10 years was indeed not much. For people like them, it would take more than 10 years to enter seclusion outside. Seeing Lin Xian's hesitation, Qin Xianer added. You can actually cultivate here. It won't be too late for you to return when you're stronger. All right. Lin Xian nodded. Thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye, let alone 10 years. This amount of time was nothing to him. Moreover, he only had half of his strength now. He was prepared to recuperate. As for the news that he was still alive, he was prepared to use some methods to send it back. Fortunately, the Great Destruction Spear was in the hands of Peerless Saint King, and it still had his soul imprint on it. He could use his soul to send it back. He had to prepare well for it. As for the Tao debate, since it was the most important event in the second heavenly world, he would definitely not miss it. Yellow Spring Hall, Great Desolate Manor, Thousand Demon City. Just wait. When he appeared again, he would not let the three great sage kings go. As for the three great sage kings who attacked him, especially the Yellow Spring Sage King, he would personally kill them one day. You're actually so lucky to be chosen by my sister. Let me tell you, my sister is the princess of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Xian Bai snorted. Lin Xian was greatly shocked. Indeed, Qin Xianer was also from the demon clan. Moreover, she was from the legendary Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Little girl, don't talk nonsense. Qin Xianer looked at Lin Xian and said. We're only a branch of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. The true Nine-Tailed Fox clan shouldn't be in the second heavenly world. Lin Xian nodded in agreement. For example, he had seen many members of the Dragon clan. However, the true nest of 10,000 dragons was in the true spirit world. Thinking about it, the buried Emperor Star should also have Dragon Balls. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan's main camp might even be in the legendary buried Emperor Star. Although it was a branch, it was still the Nine-Tailed Fox clan with an extraordinary bloodline. No wonder Qin Xianer's illusion techniques were so powerful. No wonder this little girl had such a terrifying illusion formation at such a young age. This was a bloodline talent. Alright, let's go back. That's right, young Master Lin, you should change your appearance. If people from the other holy cities see this and spread the news, they will definitely be affected. If the people from the heavenly world knew about this, it would be bad. Lin Xian nodded. He had changed his appearance. With the great dragon sword soul, unless it was a true sage king, no one would be able to see through his identity. As for Qian Bai and Qing Feng, after Qin Xianer spoke, the two of them also nodded. They definitely wouldn't leak any information. Following this, the four of them walked out of the seal. Following this, many people respectfully greeted Qin Xianer when they saw her. Some young geniuses even had fiery red eyes. If they could obtain the princess's favor, they would soar to the heavens. However, when they saw an unfamiliar youth standing beside Qin Xianer, their eyes were filled with jealousy. Damn it, who is this person? They gnashed their teeth in anger. Of course, other than the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, there were other powerful demon clans that entered the seal. Some of them even dared to attack Qin Xianer directly. One had to admit that they were extremely daring. However, they ended up in a miserable state. Qin Xianer's speed was even more terrifying than Qian Bai's. With just a glance, she had shackled the souls of those who attacked her. They couldn't resist at all. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan was very good at illusion techniques. It seemed that he had to study it carefully when he had the chance. Lin Xian was also very surprised by the illusion techniques of these people. The following days were relatively peaceful. Basically, no one dared to provoke this team. However, on this day, something unexpected happened. There were 3 figures in front of them. They were equally terrifying. They stared at Qin Xianer with fiery red eyes. They didn't expect to be so lucky to meet such a fairy. Come back with us. The 3 of them charged forward without any explanation. They didn't know what was good for them. Qin Feng shouted coldly and charged forward. He created 6 clones and fought with them. However, the 3 of them were very strange. Their bodies turned into black smoke and disappeared. Chapter 4165. These people dodged Qin Feng's attack and turned into black smoke, charging towards Qin Xianer. Black laws spread out, burning with light, forming 2 black killing swords that slashed forward viciously. They enveloped Qin Xianer. Not good. Qin Feng's expression changed. Lin Xian also frowned. Were these people here for Qin Xianer? Qin Xianer narrowed her eyes and revealed a smile. Red light waves flew out from her eyes. Clearly, she was using an eye technique. As expected, although the 2 people's bodies turned into black smoke, their souls couldn't escape at all. They were still affected by the illusion technique. With 2 thuds, the 2 of them fell to the ground. They were foaming at the mouth and trembling non-stop. Seeing this, Qian Bai sneered. How dare they assassinate my sister with such little strength? They really don't know what's good for them. However, right after he said that, Lin Xian warned him to be careful. With a wave of his arm, he slapped at the surrounding void, and a figure was slapped out. Qian Bai was shocked because the figure was very close to her. If it wasn't for Lin Xian, she would be in danger. Damn it, is there anyone else? Qin Feng also rushed back and formed 6 clones to block them. At the same time, the surrounding sky darkened and countless black feathers fluttered in the air. There were even strong winds and torrential rain. Not good, it's not just 1 or 2 people. Sister, let's go. Qian Bai's face also turned cold. Boom! Terrifying laws filled the air and a great battle broke out instantly. The people hidden in the black smoke were very terrifying. And there were many of them. There were more than 30 of them and they only had 4 people on their side. It was equivalent to 1 against 10. Fortunately, they were all very strong. Qin Xianer was also an expert on the pilgrim list. Moreover, her illusion technique was extremely terrifying. Often, just looking at her would cause many people's souls to be affected. Buzz! Suddenly, 2 palms reached out from the black smoke. These were 2 purple palms covered with patterns. In the middle of their palms, there were 2 ancient words. That was the power of the seal. In an instant, they had locked onto Qin Xianer, wanting to seal her. Qin Xianer retreated and took out her zither, releasing sound waves. It turned into a sharp blade and fought against the purple palm. The collision between the 2 was extremely terrifying. The 2 palms were knocked back, but they did not shatter. Obviously, the attacker was a peak minor saint. Qian Bai and Qing Feng were suppressed. Although the two of them were strong, it was too much for them to fight 1 against 10. Moreover, the people who came this time were all experts. Fortunately, Lin Xian was here. A cold light flashed in Lin Xian's eyes. He had just been hunted down, so he naturally knew what it felt like to be hunted down. Who would have thought that these people would actually dare to attack? Although it wasn't directed at him, he was still angry. Humph. One after another, battle swords flew out. 36 Heavenly Dipper battle swords quickly circled around. The sword chi on it was awe-inspiring, spreading out in all directions. In an instant, Lin Xian blocked nearly half of the people. Was he that powerful? Qing Feng took a deep breath. Qian Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Boz! At this moment, another pair of purple hands slapped towards Lin Xian with the power of sealing, wanting to seal him. Obviously, they could tell that Lin Xian was a difficult opponent. Although Lin Xian only had half of his strength now, it was not something that ordinary saints could resist. He controlled the 36 Heavenly Dipper battle swords to fight. The sword chi on them cut through everything. The purple hands could not get close. It seemed that he had to use some methods. He took a deep breath and was about to use Tai Chi. However, at this moment, a long howl came from afar. Qinghu's claw. Then, a green light flickered and turned into 2 terrifying hands that slapped down. It directly dispersed the surrounding black fog. A figure charged over powerfully, and many people were sent flying. Great, Qian Bai smiled. Donghu Lai is here. Lin Xian was also taken aback when he saw an insolent man charging towards him. The demonic aura on his body kept spreading. It was him. Lin Xian was stunned. He knew this person. It was the person who fought with him before. He remembered correctly that this person was called Donghu Lai. Could it be that he knew Qin Xiener and the others? After Donghu Lai arrived, he took out a green long saber and slashed in all directions. At the same time, he used the green fox claw and kept attacking. He sent many people flying and was about to arrive. Xiener, are you all right? His eyes were filled with deep concern. Qin Xiener frowned slightly, but she still shook her head. Suddenly, the killing intent in Donghu Lai's eyes exploded again. It's you. You dare to attack Xiener. You're courting death. He swung his claws at Lin Xian. The claws of the green fox moved in the air. It enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The 36 battle swords were like dragons that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, sending the green claws flying. Lin Xian said coldly, "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you." Qian Bai also said, "Donghu Lai, you hit the wrong person. This guy is our friend." "What, friend?" Donghu Lai frowned. Wasn't he in cahoots with these people? Qin Xiener shook her head. "This is my friend. Don't attack him again." "Xiener, how can humans believe? Maybe these people were lured here by him." Qin Xiener frowned. "Don't say any more. Are you doubting my words?" Donghu Lai snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. He looked at the people in front of him. "Who are you people? How dare you attack the saintess of my nine-tailed fox clan? Do you want to die?" Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect Qin Xiener's status in the nine-tailed fox clan to be so high. Hee. The black fog in front of him filled the air again. 2 purple eyes looked over. "Saintess, you're also a princess. We're capturing you." As he spoke, the black fog rushed over again. Courting death. Hu Donglai and the others charged forward again. A great battle erupted. This time, it was even more terrifying. More black fog surged over from the surroundings. Not good. When Qin Feng saw this scene, he immediately bit his finger and drew a strange pattern on his glabella. In the next moment, he roared at the sky. His body gradually grew bigger. Then, four tails appeared on his back and danced non-stop. A roar shook heaven and earth. It turned into a green pillar of light that tore through the 9 heavens and bloomed in the sky. Everyone in the sealed area saw it. This was the 9-tailed royal family's distress signal. Someone dared to attack the royal family. Those people were all stunned. At the same time, there were other powerful figures outside the sealed area. They instantly roared. They tore through the void and charged in. Retreat quickly. The black fog filled the air. When they saw this scene, they also issued the order to retreat. They retreated like the tide. At this moment, a tail curled over. It collided with those purple eyes. The terrifying tail retreated. However, it still caught 3 of the black fog and stared at them. The other black fog retreated. Several powerful figures appeared in the surroundings. Chapter 4166. Qin Xian'er shook her head, but then she frowned and said, "Who are these people?" A sacred venerate waved his hand and grabbed the 3 clouds of black fog. Then, he used the power of law. The 3 figures of the black fog continued to grow larger and larger. Then, they turned into 3 black demonic beasts. Seeing this scene, that person frowned. The Black Gold Sparrow clan. Did they not know what was good for them? They were probably just scapegoats. The real enemy was in the dark. Let's go. It's not safe here. Qin Xian'er took a deep breath. The next moment, she said coldly, "Bring these people back and search their souls. At the same time, thoroughly investigate this matter. I want to see who dares to kill me halfway." At this point, a cold glint appeared in her beautiful eyes. Soon, the 3 black gold sparrows were put away. With 4 sacred venerates escorting them, Lin Xian and the others safely left the seal. Then, they flew into the distance. After flying for many days, a huge city finally appeared in front of them. It was like a country. This was the 9-tailed fox's imperial city. After entering, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. "All right, I'm tired. You guys go down and do what you wanted to do." The 4 sacred venerates left. Hu Donglai wanted to say something. Qin Xian'er also said that you should leave first. What about this kid? He stared at Lin Xian with a murderous look. I said that she's my friend. I'll make the arrangements. This has nothing to do with you. Qin Xian'er said coldly. Then, she left with Qianbai, Qing Feng, Lin Xian and the others. As the saintess, Qin Xian'er had her own palace and territory. Therefore, when she came to her territory, she was completely relaxed. She activated the surrounding formations. Then, they walked up the mountain along the mountain path. Qing Feng, take Qianbai to rest. Then, she and Lin Xian went on alone again. Qin Xian'er pointed to a nearby mountain and said, "You can rest here. I'll be right next to you. It's very close." Sure enough, their mountains were next to each other. "All right, then I'll go in first." Lin Xian didn't stand on ceremony. After all, he wasn't in a particularly good state right now. He wanted to recover his strength first, so he directly entered the palace next to him. Next, Lin Xian set up a sealing array. Next, Lin Xian took out some natural treasures and began recovering rapidly. This process lasted for about 10 days. Lin Xian swallowed many elixirs and heavenly treasures, and finally recovered completely. He wasn't seriously injured in the first place, but he had expended too much energy. However, the Void Divine Furnace managed to block the attack, so he was only slightly injured. After 10 days of recovery, Lin Xian began to communicate with Lin Xian. Since he didn't know how far it was from Wushuang City, to be safe, he sent a soul ripple to his soul imprint. Wushuang City. Peerless Saint King was sitting cross-legged in his own secret territory. There was a black hole floating behind him. Beside him was a sword and a black spear. The black spear suddenly vibrated, and boundless demonic chi shook. Peerless Saint King opened his eyes. What was going on? In the next moment, he felt a soul ripple. Then, he was overjoyed. This was his junior brother's soul ripple. It seemed like he wasn't dead. That's great. Peerless Saint King heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like he had to tell those little guys. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to worry. Peerless Saint King prepared to leak the news to the Dark Red Divine Dragon and Murong Qingqing. As for the others, he would keep the news a secret for now. He still had other things to do. This time, the 3 great sage cities were so reckless. Naturally, he wouldn't hold back. Creating a whirlpool, Peerless Saint King sent the news out. As expected, Murong Qingqing and the Dark Red Divine Dragon heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that Lin Xian wasn't dead. Now that their biggest worry was gone, the next step was to discuss how to take revenge. On the other side, a black figure appeared on the Destiny Star. Standing opposite him was the masked bronze emissary. Has the mission been completed? The bronze envoy asked. Although he didn't do it personally, he was hit by the Saint King's attack. He would definitely die. Very well, you can leave now. I'll contact you again if there's anything. The black figure turned into a ray of light and left. Soon, he was out of the Destiny Star. He flew into the distance and merged into the void. No one would know of his existence. However, as soon as he left, the sound of a dragon could be heard. Instantly, the void was cut in half. With a scream, that person's body split open. His saint blood dyed the void red. That person's soul tried to escape, but at that moment, a hammer fell on him. His body had been completely destroyed. Even his soul had been destroyed. In the void, an old woman holding a flower basket appeared. The dragon scissors shrunk and entered her basket. Beside her, a burly man walked out. His body was covered in fire. The hammer in his hand was unusually heavy. It was as if he could destroy a star with a single blow. The human world was indeed related to them. The burly man said coldly. Granny Hua frowned. Damn it. Looks like the warning I gave them last time wasn't enough. They actually dared to make a move. Why don't we kill them directly? The burly man stared at the Destiny Star. Granny Hua shook her head. No, we can't make a move now. This time, we'll give them a warning first. Next, we'll have to make a good plan. There are some people in the second astral realm that need to be cleaned up. Having said that, her turbid eyes suddenly burst out with dazzling rays of light. In the next moment, the two of them turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the universe. Green Hill, Imperial Capital. Lin Xian calmed down after he finished transmitting his message. He thought that his senior brother should be able to receive it. Then, he could cultivate properly here. Lin Xian had obtained a lot of benefits in the gourd world. Now, he needed to consolidate them. Lin Xian had devoured thunder and evolved his life force. Therefore, he was preparing to break through to the late minor saint realm. There were many treasures and elixirs around him. Lin Xian formed a seal and started to break through with all his might. Boom. Asterisk hong hong. Asterisk countless laws filled the air around him, and a huge vortex appeared in the sky. Dark clouds appeared and thunder fell, as if it was going to destroy everything. Such a scene naturally alarmed the people in the imperial capital. Qin Xian'er was also surprised. She walked out of the palace and looked at the terrifying aura beside her. Is this kid going to break through? Thinking of this, she sighed. Lin Xian was only a minor saint, but his strength was already so strong. She wondered how terrifying he would be after he broke through. Thinking of this, her figure swayed and she retreated. On the other side, Qian Bai and the others also retreated. They stared at the terrifying array formation with shocked expressions on their faces. Is young Master Lin breaking through again? Qing Feng was shocked. Isn't this thunder too terrifying? Countless people in the imperial capital looked over. That should be the territory of the Saintess. Could it be that the Saintess is going to break through? Great! Qin Xian'er is going to break through. She'll be a saint sovereign. The elders of the imperial capital were excited. Of course, there were also some who looked gloomy. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. Qin Xian'er was the saintess of the nine-tailed fox. She was also a princess. However, the imperial capital had more than one princess. More importantly, there were still many princes. After all, these people were all competitors. Qin Xian'er was strong, so they were naturally unhappy. Go and find out. These people went and found out. However, Qin Xian'er had already activated the formation, blocking everyone from entering. Chapter 4167. The people outside couldn't find it at all. They could only feel the terrifying thunder and lightning spreading. This shocked them. Could it be that the thunder and lightning were really about to break through to the Holy Venerate realm? Many people went back to report. However, the terrifying lightning lasted for half a month. Suddenly, he disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Could it be? The princes and princesses took a deep breath. A cold light appeared in their eyes. Could it be that the Holy Maiden failed to break through? If that was the case, it would be great. It would be best if she went berserk. Many princesses sneered. Qin Xian'er and the others were also stunned. Disappeared. Could it be that she succeeded? But it shouldn't be. This was different from the scene of success. Could it be that she failed? They all rushed over. Are you okay? Qin Xian'er asked. Lin Xian pushed open the door and walked out. I'm fine. I just broke through. Sorry to disturb you. The commotion was really big. Qin Xian'er smiled. Qing Feng was also stunned. He just realized that Lin Xian was only a late small saint. Moreover, it looked like he just broke through. The scene of breaking through was probably not any weaker than breaking through to the Holy Venerate realm. What's going on with this person? Alright, I'm fine. I still need to consolidate. See you in 2 days. Lin Xian waved his hand and closed the door of the hole. Then, he sat down again. This time, they broke through to the late small saint. His strength improved again. He would probably be able to break through to the Holy Venerate realm next time. This speed greatly surprised him. Thanks to the fortuitous encounter in the gourd world, he changed his life form. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to break through in such a short time. It had to be said that it was much harder for him to break through compared to others. This was normal. The nine-yang divine body was one of the strongest physiques in the universe. The energy needed to break through was far beyond the imagination of those saints. Ling Xian still had the great dragon sword spirit. Once he broke through, his strength would be far beyond those of the same realm. Even now, Lin Xian felt that he was no different from an early Holy Venerate realm cultivator. If this news spread out, it would probably scare them silly. One had to know that the division of the Saint realm was extremely strict. It was very difficult to break through. Furthermore, it was only a small gap. For example, a mid-small saint fighting a late small saint. However, it was 100 times more difficult for a late minor saint to fight a saint sovereign. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, Lin Xian now had such confidence. Lin Xian guessed that once she truly broke through to become a saint venerable, she would be able to kill people of the same level as her as easily as cutting vegetables. Furthermore, he had an unexpected gain this time around. He had managed to condense the law of lightning. Moreover, it was not an ordinary law of thunder. Lin Xian called it the law of thunder. This was because he had absorbed a large amount of thunder tribulation in the thunder rolling mountain. Coupled with the thunder tribulation from his breakthrough, this law had formed. Like fire, lightning is a violent force, and it carries with it the intent of destruction. Ray's speed was also very fast. Once his law matured, Lin Xian's strength would increase again. After stabilizing its cultivation base, Lin Xian entered the dream leaf and began to hone its lightning laws. The people outside were discussing animatedly. They thought that Qin Xiener had failed to break through. Some people were gloating and even sent people to comfort her. Sure enough, many princesses sent gifts. These were all sent by the princes and princesses. They wanted to take the opportunity to see what the situation was like. However, they were disappointed. Qin Xiener was still a late minor saint. However, her mood was very good and she did not show any signs of depression. In the end, when these people left, Hu Donglai also came. After he arrived, he strode towards the mountain peak. "Xiener, are you all right?" After he arrived, he asked with concern. Qin Xiener frowned slightly. Xian Bai also said softly, "Hu Donglai, pay attention to how you address her. Why don't you call her saintess or call her princess? Xiener is not someone you can call." Hearing this, Hu Donglai did not get angry. Instead, he smiled. "Little Princess Qianbai, your sister and I grew up together. We are childhood sweethearts. Our relationship is very good. Moreover, in the future, your sister is my woman. There is nothing wrong with me calling her Xiener now." Qin Xiener frowned. "Who told you that I want to become your woman? Hu Donglai, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Xiener, are you still shy? Don't worry, after you return this time, I will ask my grandfather to propose marriage in 2 days. Thinking about it, the Sage King will definitely agree." Hu Donglai was unusually excited. His grandfather was an extremely terrifying elder of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. His identity was not ordinary. Although their family was not the royal family, there were countless experts. Even the royal family had to treat it seriously. Moreover, the princesses of the royal family were all married to the descendants of other elders to consolidate their power. At this moment, the mountain peak beside them opened and Lin Xian walked out once again. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. The increase in his strength made his mood very good. Qin Xiener was originally depressed. This Hu Donglai, she could not chase him away. Lin Xian's appearance made her very happy. She directly flew over. "You're back." She showed a very concerned look. Seeing this scene, Hu Donglia's face darkened. When he saw Qin Xiener so concerned, she was so jealous that her eyes instantly turned red. "Damn it, why is this kid here? Who allowed you to come here?" He took a step forward as the blue flames on his body flickered vigorously, which transformed into a terrifying blue palm slapping forward. He wanted to kill the other party as quickly as possible and not give Qin Xian a chance to react. Humph! Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian sneered. He also slapped out with his palm. The golden flames on it jumped and collided with the green flames. An earth-shaking sound rang out. The law of fire filled the air and the green palm was directly torn apart. Hu Donglai also took 2 steps back. His face turned pale and he almost vomited blood. He was forcefully suppressed. Damn it, how is this possible? His eyes almost popped out. The other party had easily broken his attack. For Xianer's sake, I'll spare your life. If you dare to attack me again, I'll send you to hell. Lin Xian glanced at the other party and said coldly. Damn it. Hu Donglia's face became incomparably cold. The other party actually dared to threaten him. It was unforgivable. However, the power that the other party displayed now greatly surprised him. The other party was much stronger when he first met him. It was more than 10 times stronger. It completely exceeded his expectations. Kid, I advise you to stay away from Xianer. She's not someone you can provoke. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Hu Donglai threatened. Lin Xian sneered. What does what I do have to do with you? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you know who I am? Hu Donglai finally could not hold it in. Lin Xian also smiled. To tell you the truth, it's because of your identity that you're still alive. Chapter 4168. Hu Donglai was so angry that his entire body was trembling. The other party actually dared to threaten him. Lin Xian was impatient. He said coldly, "Scram." His voice carried the law of lightning. It sounded like thunder, directly causing Hu Donglia's soul to feel an impact. His ears were bleeding. Despicable brat, just you wait. Hu Donglai did not make a move because he felt that the other party was too strange. The growth of his strength was too strange. He had to go back and investigate properly. With a wave of his robe, he turned and left. Seeing the other party leave, Qian Bai jumped over and said, "Humph, that despicable guy finally left. I can't stand him the most. You want to marry my sister? No way." After Lin Xian heard this, he looked at Qin Xian. "And you have an engagement with him?" Qin Xian laughed. "How is that possible? How could I fall for him? If I had to choose, I would choose someone like you." "All right." Lin Xian laughed. "But you're too late." Qin Feng's scalp went numb. He actually dared to speak to the saintess like this. Qian Bai was also unhappy. "I thought you were a good person, but I didn't expect you to be so bold. Do you know who my sister is? She's the saintess. Do you know how many princesses there are in our imperial capital? There's only one who can become the saintess. She represents our nine-tailed fox clan. If you're bragging, I'll let the nine-tailed fox experts suppress you." "Is the nine-tailed fox very powerful?" Lin Xian was also surprised. He wanted to take the opportunity to inquire. Qian Bai raised her small face and said, "Of course, our Saint King and Saint Empress are both at the Saint King level. You say they're not powerful. Those elders are also incomparably powerful. Our nine-tailed fox has even more geniuses." Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. The nine-tailed fox clan actually had 2 Saint Kings. It's really unbelievable. "Little girl, don't talk nonsense." Qin Xian laughed. Then she glanced at Lin Xian. Are you trying to inquire about our nine-tailed fox clan? Lin Xian shrugged. I'm just asking about the basic situation. You don't have to be nervous. Of course I'm not worried. I'll tell you everything you want to know. And I have to treat you well. I can't let you run away. Hearing this, Lin Xian broke out in cold sweat. You're not planning something, are you? That's right, that's right. Qin Xianer smiled mysteriously. Then, he walked towards the top of the mountain. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was curious as to what you were up to. His sister must be worried about the Green Hill sacrificial ceremony. Xian Bai followed up and said. Lin Xian asked. Little girl, tell me in detail. Xian Bai said that the details are too complicated, so I won't tell you. You should know that this matter involves many princesses and princes. Many of them have designs on my sister, the Holy Maiden. However, those people all have the support of elders behind them. Although my sister also has elders on her side. But this time, he came back in a hurry and didn't bring any helpers. Let me do the talking, Qin Xianer. She walked to the top of the mountain and took out some spirit tea. She began to brew tea for Lin Xian. At the same time, she briefly explained the matter. Lin Xian understood after hearing this. The so-called Green Hill sacrificial ceremony should be the ancient inheritance of the Green Hill tribe. It seemed to be a matter of the younger generation fighting for supremacy. As the Holy Maiden, Qin Xianer was envied by many people. In addition, she had been cultivating in the Huan Palace all year round. Therefore, she didn't have any helpers with her. From the looks of it, he was trying to rope Lin Xian in as an ally. What benefits can I get by helping you? Lin Xian asked. After all, the following battles would be more intense. There might even be all kinds of secret methods. I have to be careful. I don't want to be involved in such a whirlpool for nothing. Qin Xianer said with narrowed eyes. If you're lucky, I can bring you into the Green Hill Cave. Then, you can definitely break through to the Holy Venerate level. If you can't enter, I'll give you all my cultivation resources. Anyway, I can definitely let you become a Holy Venerate before you leave. Is she serious? Lin Xian's eyes lit up. If he could break through to the Holy Venerate level, it would be a great benefit for him. Although he was only one step away from that level now. He knew that with the strength of the 9-yang divine body and the great dragon sword soul, it would take a long time for him to enter the Holy Venerate level. If he helped Qin Xianer, he could shorten the time. Therefore, he thought about it and said, I'll help you. Qin Xianer said, you have to think carefully. If you stand on my side, I'm afraid it will be very dangerous. Lin Xian said, I'm not afraid. I survived the Holy King's pursuit. Why should I be afraid of anything else? Qin Xianer nodded. All right, you can cultivate here for the time being. I'll inform you when I need you. The two of them formed an alliance. On the other side, Hu Dong's face was gloomy as he returned to his territory. To be honest, he was very unhappy because no one had ever dared to treat him like this. Even the princes and princesses of the royal family were very polite to him. After all, his grandfather was one of the 10 elders of the 9-tailed fox tribe. Moreover, it was the 3rd elder. Each and every one of the 10 great elders was extremely terrifying. Since ancient times, they had formed the 10 great clans. In this world, they were second only to the royal family. Moreover, if the 10 elders joined forces, then even the royal family had to treat them seriously. Moreover, the situation of the Green Hill Fox was very special. The Holy King and Holy Empress were fighting for the support of the 10 great elders. At this time, who would dare to be rude to him? However, a human brat was actually so arrogant. This made him so angry that he vomited blood. Returning to his palace, Hudonglia's face was cold. He said, "Someone, come." Immediately, a slender man knelt on one knee on the ground. "Young master, what made you so angry?" Hudongli said and sent someone to investigate. The holy maiden had brought back a human man this time. She wanted to check out his background. Soon, his subordinates began to act. It had to be said that they were indeed one of the 10 great clans. The speed was very fast. In less than half a day, the middle-aged man returned. He said respectfully again, "Young master, I didn't find anything. That person is very mysterious. I've used all my methods, but the people on the Green Hill don't know him. They don't know him." Hudonglia's face turned cold. It seemed that he was not from this world. Thinking about it, he should be someone from another sacred city. However, a mere disciple of the sacred city dared to clamor with him. "Send someone to deal with this brat. Otherwise, don't leave any clues. You must not let Xian notice." "Young master, don't worry. Send Hidden Fox. It's absolutely foolproof." "Very good, I won't let him see the sun tomorrow." Hudongli revealed an ice-cold smile. Chapter 4169. Night fell. Lin Xian once again returned to the main hall. He set up the array and then entered the dream leaf to continue cultivating the law of lightning. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in the sky above the territory. Soon, he disappeared. The whole process was very fast. No one could detect him. Hidden Fox flew in the sky while hiding his body and probing the surrounding situation. He easily entered Qin Xianer's territory. Obviously, he had a way to break the array here. "May I know who young master wants me to kill?" He was sent by Hudongli. His strength was very strong. He had reached the peak of the small saint realm and was only one step away from the saint realm. Furthermore, he had his own unique characteristic, which was that he could conceal himself. He belonged to the Nine-Tailed Fox clan and was an expert in assassination. It was easy for him to kill a human saint. Finally, he came to the top of a mountain. Looking down, his eyes flickered. The corner of Hidden Fox's mouth raised into a sneer. The saintess was beside him. It seemed that he had to use some methods. He opened his mouth and spat out a green veil. The veil turned into tens of thousands of feet long and directly covered the mountain where Lin Xian was. The corner of Hidden Fox's mouth raised into a smile. This should be enough. His figure flashed and directly rushed in. Inside the main hall, Lin Xian was still cultivating in the dream leaf. However, at this moment, the array he set up issued a warning. Lin Xian instantly retreated from the dream leaf. He opened his eyes. "Who dares to break into my territory? Get out!" he shouted coldly. His voice carried the law of lightning. Was he discovered? He didn't expect that there would be an array here. In the void, a hazy shadow appeared. It was as if it was translucent. It was impossible to see whether it was real or not. A cold voice came from the shadow. Hidden Fox was very surprised. He originally wanted to solve all of this quietly. Who would have thought that the other party's array was so strange? However, so what if it was discovered? He had already covered everything with the 10,000 light smoke. Even if there was a big battle here, the saintess beside him wouldn't be able to sense it. Moreover, when he glanced at Lin Xian, the disdain in his eyes was even stronger. The other party was only a late-stage small saint. He could kill such a person with a single move. Sigh, I didn't expect young master to send me to kill trash like this. How boring. Brat, how do you want to die? Kneel down obediently and I can give you a quick death. Humph. Lin Xian also laughed. They were here to assassinate him. Who instructed you to do this? Tell me and I will spare your life. Spare my life. Brat, do you know what's going on? Look at my cultivation. You're just a late little saint. Can you fight against me, a peak little saint? He felt that this human in front of him was an idiot. So what if you're a peak minor saint? I'm not even afraid of a saint venerable. This is your last chance. Are you going to tell me or not? Damn it. Hidden Fox was thoroughly enraged. It was no wonder that their young master was so angry. This brat was simply too reckless. With a shift of his figure, he hid in the void and completely disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared behind the man and a dagger appeared in his hand. He charged towards Lin Xian. In the next moment, Lin Xian would probably die. However, Lin Xian dodged the attack. At the same time, he flipped his palm. On his palm, Lei Ming's law kept spreading, forming a cage. The law brought along a violent aura, tearing the void apart. Boom! A low rumble was heard, and a figure retreated. Hidden Fox's face turned ugly. Damn it, the other party could actually dodge his attack. This really surprised him. Brat, you've completely angered me. I'll be serious next. He felt that it was a shame that he couldn't kill the other party with a single move. Hence, he became serious in the next moment. In his eyes, an extremely terrifying killing intent bloomed. His entire body turned into nothingness. Kill. With this attack, the entire space in the main hall was split into two. Let's see how you can dodge it. Because the other party couldn't dodge his blade no matter what. What surprised him was that Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. Instead, he threw out a punch. With a clang, it collided with his dagger. The terrifying killing intent he unleashed was directly shattered. His entire body was sent flying, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was impossible. Hidden Fox finally screamed. His face was filled with horror. What was going on? Wasn't the other party a late minor saint? How could he hurt him? Wasn't there a difference of a realm between the two of them? This was a difference of 1,000 years. Even if the other party was a genius, the difference should be at least 500 years. How could the other party make up for the difference of 500 years just like that? He couldn't believe it. Because he was also a genius. Damn it, go to hell. At this moment, Hidden Fox completely exploded. He didn't hold back at all. Lin Xian's face also darkened. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. So what if the other party was a peak minor saint? In the next moment, a Tai Chi diagram appeared in his hand, spinning non-stop. He directly slapped it over. With a bang, the other party's dagger was sent flying. The other party's attack was directly shattered by the Tai Chi diagram. And the other party was enveloped by the Tai Chi diagram. Lin Xian used all his strength to activate the law of death, forming a chain that coiled around the other party's body. No matter how good the other party was at hiding, he couldn't escape at this moment. My life is draining away. Damn it, what did you do to me? Hidden Fox screamed crazily. Lin Xian slapped him. Be quiet, otherwise, I'll turn you into a dried corpse. Hidden Fox immediately shut his mouth. His eyes were wide open, and his body trembled in fear. Damn it, was this really just a late-stage minor saint? Why did he feel like he was facing a holy sage? Because only when facing a holy sage would he feel this kind of fear. Tell me, who sent you to assassinate me? Lin Xian said indifferently. Of course, you don't have to say it. I can directly collect your soul. Hidden Fox screamed when he heard this. It's young master. Young master. Let me guess, is your young master Hu Donglai? Hidden Fox had no choice but to nod. To be honest, if it was in the past, even if he was caught, he wouldn't reveal the secret. But now, he couldn't. He was really shocked. The human youth in front of him was too mysterious and too strange. It made his soul tremble. Especially the power of death, he had no choice but to tell everything. Tell me about Hu Donglai and the situation of the entire family. Hidden Fox's body trembled. He gritted his teeth and said, If I tell you, can you spare my life? Lin Xian sneered. You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. I can directly search your soul. A golden light appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Immediately, Hidden Fox felt that his soul was instantly suppressed. He was so frightened that he screamed. Not only was the other party powerful, but his soul was also so terrifying. He was completely afraid. I'll tell you. He didn't dare to hide anything and directly told him everything he knew. Chapter 4170. After Lin Xian heard this, his face turned cold. Hu Donglia's family was extraordinary. The other party was one of the 10 great elders, which was also one of the 10 great families. Moreover, Hu Donglia's grandfather could be ranked as the 3rd elder, which was enough to show that he was extraordinary. No wonder the other party was so arrogant before. It turned out that he had something to rely on. However, so what? Whether it was the 3rd elder or some other elder, if they dared to provoke him, Lin Xian would definitely not let them off. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. As for Hidden Fox, who was in front of him, he was trembling. I already said that you can let me go, right? Let you go. You actually dared to assassinate me so recklessly. Do you think that I will let you go so easily? No, damn it, you can't be like this. Hidden Fox screamed in horror. I'll fight it out for you. He wanted to attack with all his might. However, in the next moment, he saw a pair of golden eyes, like the gaze of a god, enveloping him. He felt that his soul had been ruthlessly attacked. With a poochie sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, his body trembling non-stop. He couldn't resist at all. In the next moment, he felt that his soul had been attacked, and an extremely terrifying soul imprint formed in his mind. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't. After a while, his eyes regained clarity. He looked at Lin Xian and knelt down on one knee, paying respects to his master. Very well, you can stay by my side for now. Lin Xian waved his hand, and Hidden Fox turned from a human into a little fox. Then, it came to his feet. This was a mini little fox. Its body was like a stream of water, and it was actually transparent. One could imagine that the other party's bloodline was also extremely extraordinary. He was born to be an assassin. But so what if he was extraordinary? He was still subdued by Lin Xian. Right, there seemed to be another treasure outside. Lin Xian pushed open the door of the hall, walked out, and looked ahead. The entire mountain range he was in was enveloped by green smoke. 10,000 green smoke, a very impressive sacred artifact. As long as it was enveloped, it would isolate everything. No wonder Qin Xiener, who was nearby, didn't notice it. Put away the treasure. Lin Xian ordered. Hidden Fox said respectfully. He was its master. A trace of astonishing symbols appeared in its eyes. Then, the endless net light smoke quickly shrunk and was put away by it. Next, Lin Xian asked Hidden Fox to erase the soul imprint on it before planting his own soul in it. How could he give up on such a treasure? When the sun rose the next day, Hu Donglai was extremely excited. He hurriedly ran over. To be honest, although Hidden Fox did not return last night, he believed that Silver Fox had dealt with the other party. After all, there wouldn't be any accidents when a peak expert fought against a late-stage expert. He had come here today to see the other party's miserable state with his own eyes. Seeing that the other party had arrived, Qin Xian'er furrowed her brows once more. This fellow was truly like a lingering spirit. Hu Donglai did not care about this hateful expression. He said, Xian'er, where's the friend you brought? Why are you looking for him? Xian'er frowned. Hu Donglai said, didn't we have some misunderstanding before? I think it's better to resolve it. He actually just wanted to see the other party's miserable end, so of course he had to find an excuse. All right. If the two sides could resolve their enmity, it would be a good thing for Qin Xian'er. Therefore, he flew towards the mountain peak beside him. Hu Donglai also soared into the air. Qianbai Qingfeng also came. They were all very curious. The four of them arrived at the mountain peak. Looking at the main hall in front of them, Qin Xian'er knocked on the door. How could anyone respond? He wanted to see what kind of expression Qin Xian'er and the others would have when they saw the situation inside. They should be very shocked. This was the effect he wanted. Daring to go against him, he would definitely let the other party know what regret was. Thinking of this, Hu Donglia's mouth curled up into a cold smile. However, at this moment, the main hall in front of them opened and a figure walked out. How was this possible? The smile on Hu Donglia's face froze. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. The other party came out. The other party was still alive. Damn it, what was going on? Did he not succeed? Why are you looking for me so early in the morning? Lin Xian stretched lazily. Qin Xian'er said, Hu Donglai wants to write off the grudge with you, so I'm going to ask for your opinion. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes turned towards Hu Donglai as the corners of his lips curled into a mysterious smile. He naturally knew that the other party was definitely not here to resolve the grudge. He was here to see his miserable appearance. However, thinking about it, the other party was probably scared silly. With a wave of his hand, a little fox jumped into his hand. He gently patted the other party's head and then looked at Hu Donglai. Oh, you want to resolve the grudge with me? How was that possible? Hu Donglai did not hear Lin Xian's words clearly. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the translucent fox in front of him. Damn it, Hidden Fox. Hidden Fox was actually here, and from the looks of it, how did it become the other party's pet? Damn it, what was going on? One had to know that although Hidden Fox was his subordinate, it was impossible for him to transform into his original form, let alone wagging his tail like a pet. You! He pointed at Lin Xian with a face full of shock, afraid that he could not even speak clearly. It was obvious that he was completely frightened. Lin Xian looked at this scene and sneered. Qin Xian'er, who was beside him, frowned. Hidden Fox was actually in Lin Xian's hands. He instantly understood what was going on. Her face also darkened. Thinking about it, there should have been an intense assassination last night. She actually did not know. Damn it, Hu Donglai was too bold. He actually dared to make a move on the people around her. Hu Donglai, I'm afraid your goal is not that simple. You actually dared to make a move on my friend. Qin Xian'er asked coldly. He was not putting her in his eyes at all. Hu Donglai also came back to his senses and said, Xian'er, listen to me. How could I make a move on your friend? Then what was going on? Qin Xianer asked. Hu Donglai was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. He said, I don't know either. Damn brat, you actually dared to make a move on our nine-tailed fox clan. You have committed a capital crime, why aren't you kneeling down now? He had no choice but to forcefully suppress the other party now. Someone came. With an angry roar, 4 figures flew over from afar. These 4 were also peak small saint existences. They were wearing terrifying flame armor that was burning fiercely. The long spear in their hands enveloped Lin Xian. It seemed that they would make a move once the order was given. The situation, for a moment, became extremely dangerous. This Hu Donglai actually wanted to make a move here. Chapter 4171. What? You want to fight? Lin Xian sneered. Qin Xianer also frowned. She snorted. How dare you? Who allowed you to come in? Get out. However, the 4 experts did not move at all. They had no intention of leaving. Lin Xian also frowned when he saw this scene. Xianer, you don't live up to your title of saintess. Can anyone behave atrociously in your territory? Qin Xianer's expression became extremely ugly. Indeed, these were only 4 guards. So what if they were Hu Donglia's men? The other party was just an elder family. And she was not only a princess, but also a saintess. They did not even listen to her orders now. Get out, or you will be killed without mercy. Qin Xianer shouted coldly. Qing Feng also stood out. The long saber in his hand bloomed with a biting cold light. At the same time, he looked at Hu Donglai. Do you dare to disobey the orders of the saintess? His eyes were cold. Hu Donglai smiled and said. You have been deceived by this human brat. I am helping you now. Listen to me. As he spoke, he came in front of Qin Xianer and blocked her path. It seemed that he did not want Qin Xianer to help. At the same time, he waved his hand and the 4 powerful saints quickly attacked. How dare you? Qin Xianer roared. However, Hu Donglia's body also emitted an extremely terrifying light. Xianer, don't be attacked by this human. Hu Donglia's move could be said to be extremely vicious. These 4 peak minor saints could definitely kill the other party. Even if they could not kill him, as long as the other party dared to attack, then he could use the reputation of the other party injuring the 9-tailed fox to launch an even more terrifying attack. He dared to guarantee that the other party would definitely not survive. However, he still underestimated Lin Xian. This kind of scene was nothing to Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked at the 4 people rushing over. He did not even move. The power in his body blocked everything. At the same time, he said to Hidden Fox, next, it will depend on your performance. Hidden Fox nodded and instantly rushed out, transforming into his human form. The dagger in his hand danced in the air. Puff! 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 Blood spurted out. The 4 guards stopped in mid-air. The law and power on their body disappeared. Then, 4 bodies fell down. What? Hu Donglai was stunned. Qing Feng was stunned. Qin Xianer was even more stunned. To be honest, she did not expect that the one who did it was not Lin Xian but Silver Fox. Damned Hidden Fox, how dare you betray me? Hu Donglai roared crazily. However, Hidden Fox's expression was extremely cold. He shrank again and came to Lin Xian's side. Lin Xian said with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Your strength did not disappoint me. Although they were both at the pinnacle, Hidden Fox was clearly an extremely terrifying assassin. With the art of assassination, killing 4 people of the same level was a piece of cake. More importantly, the 4 of them weren't prepared at all. They simply did not expect Silver Fox to attack them. Thus, as they were caught off guard, they were instantly killed. Xian also smiled, although she still didn't understand why Hidden Fox would betray them. However, this scene was the best. Lin Xian did not need to make a move, and the people that Hu Donglai brought were killed. In the next moment, she said coldly, "Hu Donglai, do you still dare to behave atrociously in my territory? Be careful of what I ask of you. At that time, even your grandfather won't be able to save you." You! Hu Donglai was so angry that his entire body trembled. To be honest, his eyes were also filled with fear. Damn it, it was too strange. He did not expect that he would be the one to suffer from the beginning. Especially Hidden Fox's betrayal. He stared coldly at Hidden Fox and said, "Get over here, or I'll let you die without a burial ground." However, Hidden Fox snorted coldly and turned his head away, ignoring him. Hu Donglai felt that he had lost face. He stared at Lin Xian again. "Kid, I don't know what method you used to confuse Hidden Fox, but just you wait, this matter is not over." With that, he turned around and left. Lin Xian said, "Wait. What, do you dare to attack me?" Hu Donglai turned his head. There was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. He was the grandson of the 3rd elder. Who dared to touch him? Even Qin Xiener did not dare to touch him. Sure enough, Qin Xiener was also worried. She was afraid that Lin Xian would kill Hu Donglai regardless of everything. If that happened, the 3rd elder would definitely go berserk. At that time, she might not even be able to protect Lin Xian. Lin Xian did not say anything. A golden light flashed in his eyes as he activated the heavenly secret divine eyes. At the same time, a pair of golden eyes appeared behind him. Boom! Boom! Hu Donglia's body trembled as a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. "Do you really dare to attack?" he screamed loudly. However, that pair of golden eyes had already disappeared. Lin Xian said with a smile, "I'm not interested in attacking you. I'm afraid of dirtying my hands." Scram! Hu Donglai gritted his teeth. "Kid, just you wait. This matter is not over." With that, she left the place. Hu Donglai returned to his family with a gloomy expression. Damn it! He smashed his mansion into pieces. Endless cracks spread out around him. The servants below were kneeling on the ground, trembling. "What made you so angry?" A middle-aged man walked in with a puzzled expression. The other servants did not even dare to breathe loudly. Hu Donglai turned his head and said, "Sixth uncle, you're here. That despicable Hidden Fox actually betrayed us." Hidden Fox betrayed us. The man called Sixth Uncle's expression also changed. "What's going on? Tell me in detail." He walked forward. He spoke as he walked. "The old master wants to see you." Hu Donglai nodded and left his mansion, walking towards a larger territory. That was the core area of their family. After entering, Hu Donglai indeed found many people. There were his brothers and sisters, as well as some elders. He greeted them and walked into the main hall. In the main hall, the people sitting there were even more important. "Greetings, uncles." Hu Donglai bowed respectfully. Those elders all smiled and nodded. Lai Er's cultivation had become stronger recently. It seemed that he was not far from the peak. The next step was to become a saint. Cultivate well. The future of the family depends on you. Hu Donglai nodded. "Uncles, don't worry. I will definitely. Before he finished speaking, his pupils suddenly shrank and he became terrified. A terrifying flame instantly enveloped him. Ah! He let out a miserable cry. His body was burned and his soul was enveloped. Save me! What's going on? The people in the main hall were all stunned. Quickly attack. Some people attacked crazily, creating a strong wind as if to extinguish the fire. Some people even spat out seawater that filled the sky. However, it was useless. Hudonglia's star soul was about to be destroyed. At this moment, a ray of light flew out from inside and instantly pulled Hudonglia's soul out. Moreover, all the flames were extinguished. Are you all right? Another middle-aged man ran over to him. This was Hudonglia's father. He was almost scared to death just now. The other elders also walked over. What's going on? Who dares to attack you? Chapter 4172. From the depths of the hall, an even more terrifying aura came. In the next moment, an old man walked out. In his palm, there was a soul floating. It was Hudonglia's. Greetings, father. Greetings, patriarch. The people in the hall quickly bowed. Who dares to attack my grandson? The old man spoke coldly. His voice was unusually low. No one dared to speak. A bunch of trash. They had been plotted against and no one knew. The surrounding people were trembling in fear. Hu Donglai said, Grandfather, that kid must be that human kid. He wants to kill me. Grandfather, you must kill him. What's going on? The third elder asked coldly. At this moment, a middle-aged man spoke. The holy maiden had brought back a human youth. She said that he was a friend and was currently living in her territory. Lai sent Hidden Fox to assassinate him, but the other party did not succeed. A friend brought by the holy maiden. The third elder's eyes flickered. No matter whose friend it is, they cannot attack my grandson. Otherwise, it would be a dead end. Grandfather, help me take revenge. Hu Donglai screamed. The other people said, Father, I'll kill him. In their opinion, killing a human was too easy. They were careless before. Now that they were serious, it was easy to capture him. However, the third elder shook his head. The assassination had failed. The holy maiden was definitely prepared. In the assassination, she would be able to catch us. She's just a little holy maiden. We're not afraid of her. The surrounding people sneered. Besides, the Holy King and Holy Empress are fighting for us with all their might. Qin Siener would not dare to be rude to us. These people had nothing to fear. That being said, we can't let others catch us. This matter, let's do it secretly. Alright, you guys can leave. The third elder waved his hand. Hudonglia's soul floated out and was caught by the middle-aged man. He quickly helped Lai recover. Everyone left, leaving only the third elder. The third elder said indifferently. Shadow buzz. A black figure appeared in the hall. It was a black fox. It knelt on one knee in front of the third elder. Master, please give your orders. The third elder said, contact the Holy Empress. Tell her that I have a plan for her. After saying those words, the third elder began sending a telepathic message to Zhang Xian. Don't spread this matter around, and don't let anyone else know about it. Do you understand? Go ahead. The shadow disappeared, and the third elder's eyes shone with a terrifying light. Humans, Qin Siener, since you are courting death, then there is no need for you to exist. Qin Siener's territory. She looked at him suspiciously. You let him go so easily. To be honest, this was not Lin Xian's style at all. Lin Xian also smiled. He had already prepared a big gift for him. It could teach him a lesson. What big gift? Qin Xianer was puzzled. Lin Xian said, just pay attention to the third elder's family. The following days were rather peaceful. Qin Xianer also went to ask around, but she didn't manage to find out anything. However, she was able to sense that something was amiss. Evidently, something had happened earlier. However, it had not spread. On this day, another voice came from outside the territory. This time, there were 2 guards standing outside respectfully. We are here on the orders of the Holy Empress to invite the princess to the banquet. Qin Xianer walked out of the hall. With a wave of her hand, the array separated, and 2 figures walked over. This is an invitation card. Please don't be late. At the same time, one of the guards said, the Holy Empress knows that the princess has brought a friend and said that he can come along. I understand. You can leave now. Qin Xianer nodded expressionlessly. The 2 guards quickly left. Then, she found Lin Xian. Lin Xian was also surprised. You want me to attend the banquet of the royal family? I am a human. Is it appropriate for me to attend? Also, didn't you say that the Holy Empress is hostile to you? Why would she be so kind? Naturally, she wouldn't be so kind. I'm guessing that she must be pretending. However, she should still do it on the surface. After all, we are all members of the royal family. So, are you going or not? I'll take a look. Lin Xian nodded. In the evening, the 2 of them made some preparations and flew into the sky. Qian Bai and Qing Feng were also with them. The 4 of them left the territory and flew into the distance. Not long after, they saw a majestic hall built on the ground. The array there was extremely terrifying and the security was even tighter. After the 4 of them landed, only Lin Xian's identity was checked before he entered. In front of them, the hall was majestic. Outside the hall, there were 2 statues. They were both statues of the 9-tailed fox. One was black and the other was white. They were unusually mighty and extraordinary. They were like ancient beasts. The aura they emitted was shocking. Lin Xian was also surprised after seeing it. The 9-tailed fox race had been an extremely terrifying race since ancient times. Although they weren't an emperor race, they had a long history. They were terrifying beasts in the world. Now, it seemed that they were indeed extraordinary. The 4 of them were invited in. In the hall, 2 figures sat at the front. It was a man and a woman. They were the Holy King and Holy Empress of the 9-tailed fox race. Their auras were hazy and no one dared to look at them directly. Even Lin Xian only glanced at them. He felt that they were the real Holy King's aura and then looked away. The Holy King had his own dignity. If he casually checked them, he would be courting death. Xian greeted her father and mother. Xian and the others began to bow. All right, there's no need for so many formalities. The Holy King smiled. The Holy Empress also said, Xian you must be better off at home. Now that you're back, you have to stay here for a while. Let your mother take good care of you. Thank you for your concern. Xian smile became even brighter. However, she snorted coldly in her heart. The other party was probably trying to get rid of her by all means. After all, she wasn't her real mother. This should be the friend you brought. The Holy Empress looked at Lin Xian. The Holy King also looked over. The others also stared at Lin Xian, staring at him non-stop. A human could actually come here. Humph, how audacious. The princes and princesses looked at him with disdain. Lin Xian remained calm. He cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Holy King and Holy Empress." The Holy King's eyes flickered. Then, he nodded slightly. The Holy Empress' expression was also mysterious. She said, "Since you're Xian Er's friend, you're also an important guest of the nine-tailed fox race. Please take a seat." Then, Lin Xian and the others sat down. Most of them were still looking at Lin Xian. They couldn't understand why the Holy King and Holy Empress would let a human sit. It was really unbelievable. Chapter 4173. Lin Xian turned his head and found that the vicious gaze belonged to Hu Donglai. He was slightly surprised. He did not expect the other party to recover so quickly. It was really beyond his expectations. Looking at the other party's ferocious expression, he knew that the other party must have suffered before. He should have almost had his star soul destroyed. He guessed that it might be the third elder. Otherwise, the other party's soul would have been destroyed long ago. Thinking of this, Lin Xian smiled and made a provocative look at the other party. Suddenly, Hu Donglai was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Brat, you can be arrogant. One day, I will make you kneel in front of me." Hu Donglai gritted his teeth. The banquet was really thrilling. The surrounding princes and princesses were really all kinds of tricks. Qin Xianer was also amazing. She could deal with them calmly. Lin Xian was greatly surprised. He did not know what Qin Xianer had experienced before. When the banquet was over, Qin Xianer and the other three returned. The entire imperial city became quiet again. The other princes and young masters also left. Hu Donglai and the other elders' descendants also left. The Divine Empress looked at the back of Qin Xianer and the others and smiled. At the same time, in the darkness outside the imperial city, an old man's eyes were also shining. At this time, the void beside him cracked and the shadow appeared. "Master, you've succeeded. They've drunk the poisoned wine." "Very good." The third elder nodded in satisfaction. This time, he and the Divine Empress worked together to arrange the poisonous wine. Even a saint venerable would die. Not to mention a small saint. "Let's go." He waved his hand and left with the shadow. On the other side, Qin Xianer, Lin Xian and the others returned to their territory and returned to their palaces. At first, it was fine. But after a while, Lin Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. Endless black qi appeared on his body and shrouded him. He felt a terrifying poison invading his entire body. Even his soul had been tainted by it. Damn it, how could it be like this? Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a terrifying light. The next moment, he frantically mobilized the great dragon sword soul. At the same time, Qin Xianer's side was the same. Qin Xianer tried her best to resist. But soon, she could not resist and fell to the ground. His face turned pale. Her life force was quickly draining away. He was poisoned, damn it, and it was an extremely terrifying poison. She hadn't noticed it at all before. Who wanted to poison her? The first thing she thought of was the Divine Empress. Damn it, this woman is too ruthless. She wanted to call for help, but she didn't even have the time to do so. Her soul was starting to blur. Just when she thought she was going to die, a figure appeared in front of her. Then, she felt an extremely sharp energy enter her body and begin to destroy the poison. Qin Xianer finally opened her eyes. She realized that the person who had saved her was none other than Lin Xian. However, what surprised her was that Lin Xian's body was also emitting some black mist. Was he also poisoned? She struggled to stand up, but Lin Xian said, "Don't move, we're both poisoned. This poison is extremely terrifying and I am doing my best to expel it." Fortunately, the great dragon sword soul had swallowed the power of the lightning strike mountain and had become even more terrifying. Therefore, when it exploded, its power was extremely terrifying. Finally, under the powerful attack of the great dragon sword soul, the poison was completely destroyed. Qin Xianer heaved a sigh of relief. Was she saved? How did you do it? She was really too shocked. She didn't even have the ability to resist this poison. However, Lin Xian was able to help her get rid of it. It was really unbelievable. What exactly was this sharp aura? What kind of secret did Lin Xian have? She didn't ask because she knew that everyone had their secrets. For example, she had her own secrets. These things couldn't be told to anyone else. Lin Xian took out some pills and swallowed them. At the same time, he gave some to Qin Xianer. He asked, "Do you know who did it?" "It must be the Divine Empress. I don't think anyone else can take out such a terrifying poison." The Divine Empress. Lin Xian frowned. "I thought it was the Third Elder." "What, Third Elder, are you sure?" Qin Xianer was shocked. "The Third Elder even dares to harm me." Lin Xian nodded. "This poison is terrifying. Even a saint can't resist it. Also, I found out some things from Hidden Fox. This poison might be the Third Elder's doing. But you said it was the Divine Empress. This makes me even more worried. That's a true Saint King. Would her methods be so simple?" Lin Xian frowned. Qin Xianer's eyes flashed. "Who did it?" Suddenly, her face turned pale again. Even Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Not good. It didn't get rid of it. He was too shocked. The great dragon sword soul can't get rid of this poison. In the next moment, he was stunned. He realized that it wasn't the same poison as before. It was another kind of poison. There were actually two kinds of poison in his body. Damn it. There were actually two people who poisoned me. The first poison was the Third Elder. The second poison was the Divine Empress. This Dolby was much stronger than the one before. Qin Xianer's face turned pale. This was a sure kill move. Even if they avoided the first one, they wouldn't be able to avoid the Divine Empress's move. What should I do? She looked at Lin Xian and realized that Lin Xian's face was also pale. Although Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul, he had used up too much of his energy. If the great dragon sword soul were to erupt again, he would be injured. His foundation realm might even fall. Thinking of this, he took out the great void divine furnace. He opened the lid of the cauldron and a pill flew out from it. The pill floated up and down. Lin Xian slashed it open with his sword. He and Qin Xianer each swallowed half of the pill. In the next moment, the poison in their bodies disappeared. What kind of pill is this? Qin Xianer was shocked. It can even get rid of the poison of a Saint King. Lin Xian was also scared. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, there were some mysterious things in the Great Void Divine Furnace. He couldn't check it completely. However, there were some things that he could use. For example, he could check the notes of some pill saints. There were also some pills that he could swallow. This pill was one of them. He had checked it before. This pill had a strong purifying effect. Therefore, he took it out and swallowed it. The effect was unexpected. Even the poison of the Divine Empress had disappeared without a trace. The Third Elder, the Divine Empress. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with killing intent. Qin Xianer's face was also cold. She didn't expect that these people would want to kill her. In the past, she only thought that these people wanted to ostracize her and prevent her from becoming the saintess. However, it seemed that she was too naive. Next, we might have to change our methods. We don't have to hold back anymore. Chapter 4174. Lin Xian was completely enraged. Had these people tried to kill him? Then don't blame him for being merciless. What do you plan to do? Qin Xianer asked. Although she was a princess, she had to seek Lin Xian's opinion at this moment. Lin Xian said. It seemed like the lesson from last time wasn't enough. Since this was the case, there was no need for some people to exist. However, we can't take the initiative to do it. We have to let them do it. They set up a trap and we will go in and break it. Let's go out and take a walk. I think some people will be surprised. When the sun rose, Lin Xian and Qin Xianer walked out. There were indeed people keeping a close watch around the territory. When they saw the two of them coming out, their eyes almost popped out. What happened? Not good. Hurry up and report it. These people left quickly. In the palace, after the Divine Empress received the news, she suddenly stood up. The void behind her kept shattering. How could this be? Did you see it clearly? The guard kneeling on the ground said. I saw clearly that the two of them walked out alive. How could this be? The Divine Empress's face became extremely ugly. On the other side, after the third elder received the news, he suddenly stood up. He screamed in horror. Impossible. Even a Saint Venerable couldn't survive after being poisoned. Not to mention these two minor saints. Could it be that they weren't poisoned before? Investigate. Get to the bottom of this. He was completely flustered. Was it because they weren't poisoned or was it cured after being poisoned? If it was the first, they would be shocked. If it was the second, it would be unbelievable. Even the third elder didn't have the ability to cure this poison. Who could it be? Could it be that there was a hidden expert behind that young man? For a moment, the undercurrent surged. They all started to investigate. However, they couldn't find anything. The third elder had no choice but to contact the Divine Empress again. In the end, the two of them made a decision to set up a trap. Let the two of them come over. However, this time, it wasn't convenient for them to appear. They would let the younger generation do it. The Divine Empress had a daughter, the eldest princess. She would organize a gathering for the younger generation. First, they would find out what was going on. If it didn't work, they would kill the two of them at this banquet. Even if Qin Xianer didn't die, that human youth had to be eliminated. When Qin Xianer held another invitation card in her hand, she narrowed her eyes. It seemed like these people were still unwilling to give up. Lin Xian also snorted coldly. Are they plotting again? Fine, let's go and see who's the unlucky one this time. This time, it was a gathering of the younger generation. The main participants were the princes and princesses of the imperial city, as well as the young geniuses of the large clans. To be honest, although Lin Xian's side was outnumbered, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He was someone who had fought hundreds of battles and killed his way up. Although these people from the royal family had good cultivation and talent, their combat experience was incomparable. If they really fought, these people would not be able to withstand a single blow. Linglong Valley. This was a very special place in the imperial city. It was a place where young geniuses often gathered. This time, the eldest princess held a banquet in the Linglong Valley to invite these young talents. Soon, these people arrived and chatted together. At this time, one of the princesses said, "In my opinion, in terms of status, talent, and appeal, the eldest princess is definitely the strongest." "That's right, the saintess of our nine-tailed clan should be given to the eldest princess. What does that Qin Xianer have?" These people were all trying to curry favor with the eldest princess. After all, Qin Xianer was only the seventh princess and not the daughter of the divine empress. She could not be compared at all. "I think they are giving face to the sacred city. Otherwise, how could she be the saintess?" Disdainful voices sounded. After hearing this, the eldest princess also raised her arrogant head. To be honest, she did not care about Qin Xianer. "Oh, is that so? If I'm not qualified to be the saintess, then you all can be." At this time, a cold voice came from the sky. The princesses below were stunned. At the same time, they looked up. They saw two figures in the sky, descending towards the valley below. "They're here!" many people exclaimed. Some people looked at Qin Xianer, but more people stared at Lin Xian. As expected, this human brat had also come. "Kid, you still dare to come?" Hu Donglai took the lead and walked out. Behind him, there were also some young geniuses. They were emitting killing intent that shrouded Lin Xian. "Oh, you still dare to attack me? Looks like the lesson I taught you was not enough." Lin Xian snorted coldly. Qin Xianer also frowned. "Is this the attitude you have when inviting people? All right, you can leave." The eldest princess spoke. Hu Donglai retreated hatefully. The eldest princess stood up and smiled. "Seventh sister, don't think too much. These sisters have no ill intentions. They are just casually chatting. Since you're here, sit down." Qin Xianer glanced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded. Then, the two sat down. Soon, all kinds of delicacies were served. However, the two did not drink this time. They wouldn't eat anything. The poison last time had taught them a deep lesson. "What's wrong, seventh sister? Why aren't you eating? Is the food not to your liking?" The sword maniac prince did not seem to like the food here either. I'm afraid this kid has never seen such good food in his life." Of course, how could a country bumpkin know the preciousness of heavenly materials and earthly treasures? The surrounding princes and princesses sneered. The wines they served were all made from top-grade spirit fruits, and the dishes were all made from precious ingredients. It could be said that a dish outside was enough to make countless saints jealous. When Lin Xian heard this, he smiled and said, "To tell you the truth, I really don't have an appetite. Because what I usually eat is roasted golden crows, imperial pangs, and so on." "What?" When the people of Nine-Tailed Fox heard this, their eyes almost popped out. Roasted golden crows and imperial pangs. Fuck. Will you die if you don't brag? Although they also ate heavenly treasures, who had ever eaten a rare beast like the golden crow? Who would dare to eat it? This kid must be bragging. Qin Xianer knew that not only had Lin Xian eaten it, he had eaten more than one. So she also smiled and said, "Yes, I remember the last time I ate it. It was indeed delicious." The surrounding people were about to go crazy. Could it be that Qin Xianer had eaten it before? The eldest princess' face darkened. She did not believe such a thing. In her opinion, the other party was just provoking her. Immediately, her face darkened. But soon, she revealed a sneer. "It's meaningless to just chat like this. We're all people who pursue the martial Tao. Why don't we send someone to spar?" I agree. When she said this, many princesses and princes nodded. Hu Donglia's eyes emitted a cold glint as he stared fixedly at Lin Xian. Chapter 4175. The other princes and princesses were also gloating. It seemed like they would have a good show to watch. Hu Donglia's lips curled into a cold smile. He could finally take his revenge. However, he did not do it himself. Beside him, a man stood up and walked forward. Sword maniac, right? Looking at your title, you should be a swordsman. Why don't you compete with me? He waved the long sword in his hand. The surrounding people were stunned and then took a breath of cold air. They did not expect that the first one to come out would be him. This person was not ordinary. It could be said that he was quite famous in their king's city. Shadow Fox Sword, Hu Fei. His sword technique was very profound and mysterious. An ordinary small saint was not his opponent at all. This human would definitely not be able to block it. Hu Donglai also sneered. With Hu Fei taking action, it was guaranteed that nothing would go wrong. Although Hidden Fox had betrayed them, he did not think that it was Lin Xian's strength. In his opinion, it was very likely that Qin Xiener was the one who took action to subdue Hidden Fox. Otherwise, how could a mere human be able to do it? Lin Xian raised his head and glanced at the front. He did not expect that Hu Donglai had not taken action but sent another one. Shadow Fox Sword. He had no interest in it, so he shook his head indifferently. You are not qualified for me to take action. Let your master do it himself. Damn brat, are you looking down on me? Hu Fei's face turned gloomy. A shocking chill burst out from his eyes. Terrifying sword chi burst out from his body in all directions. This sword chi caused many people to exclaim. It seemed that Hu Fei's strength had increased again. A late small saint was probably not his opponent. If one wanted to fight against him, one would have to be at least a peak small saint. This human would probably not be able to block it. I think he is afraid, so he does not dare to take action. Cold laughter could be heard. After Hu Fei displayed his strength, his figure flashed and he dashed forward. It was not up to you to decide whether to take action or not. If the other party did not dare to take action, then he would force the other party to take action. Anyway, he would not let the other party go today. Shadow Sword. The long sword in his hand stabbed out, drawing a dreamlike sword light. It was impossible to tell which was the real killing move. These sword lights shrouded Lin Xian's location, shattering the void around him. When Qin Xiener and the rest saw this scene, they frowned as well. What a ruthless heart. His first move was a killing move. If he was slightly weaker, he would have been killed in one move. Seeing that Lin Xian didn't move, the surrounding princes and princesses laughed disdainfully. This human brat should be scared silly, right? Lin Xian's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Competing with him in swordsmanship. The other party was really courting death. The long sword was already less than a meter away from him. It was obvious that he couldn't dodge it even if he wanted to. Great, when Hu Donglai saw this scene, he became complacent. As expected, the other party did not have any strength. It seemed that he had suffered too much of a loss in the hands of the other party. However, Hu Fei heaved a sigh of relief when he was able to get rid of his opponent. Previously, he was still a little worried that this was an expert. Now, it seemed that he was just a piece of trash, not worth mentioning at all. His sword was enough to end the battle. However, in the next moment, Hu Fei was stunned. His body even trembled. There was a huge fear rising from the bottom of his heart. In the next moment, he felt a shocking sword light in front of him suddenly appear and slash at his body. With a bang, he was sent flying. Crack! 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 Many cracks appeared on his body as blood dyed his body red. In the next moment, his body suddenly split open. Boom! The deep sound was still echoing. Everyone in the valley was stunned. Whether it was the princes and princesses or the descendants of the elders, all of them widened their eyes and were speechless. Damn it, what's going on? Hu Fei was blown apart. How is this possible? Someone screamed. The others also came back to their senses and gasped. Previously, they thought that the other party did not move because he was scared silly. Who would have thought that the other party was disdainful to make a move? They didn't even see how the other party injured Hu Fei. How could someone with such strength be weak? These princes and princesses began to re-examine this human youth. On the other side, Hu Donglia's pupils constricted. Impossible, his strength was actually so strong. To be honest, he was really shocked. Could it be that Hidden Fox's betrayal was really because of this kid's strength? Damn it, he didn't believe it. At this moment, Lin Xian said indifferently, I've already said that you're no match for me. But you still won't listen. At this point, his gaze looked in all directions. If you want to challenge me again, don't send such trash up. Damn it, he's too arrogant. Those princes and princesses' faces became incomparably cold. This was their territory and they were actually scared by a human. It made them lose face. At this moment, the eldest princess began to transmigrate. She said, Hu Donglai, if you want to kill this kid, I can lend you someone. Hu Donglai was stunned when he heard this. Then, he looked at a figure in the distance. That person's body was surrounded by purple light. It was abnormally terrifying and mysterious. This person is. After he learned of the other party's identity, the corner of his mouth raised into a smile. Then, thank you, eldest princess. Hu Donglai nodded. Then, he said again, Kid, are you very powerful? However, you're underestimating the geniuses here. You definitely won't be able to defeat the next person. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people were also surprised. The descendants of the other elders frowned slightly. Hu Donglia's words were too arrogant. They had all seen the performance of that young man before. Could it be that Hu Donglai was going to personally go up? They realized that Hu Donglai did not stand up. The one who stood up was a purple figure. As soon as he appeared, the aura of the entire valley instantly froze. Many people felt their bodies stiffen as if they couldn't breathe. This aura. How could it be so terrifying? Many people were shocked. When they saw that figure, they were stunned. Zilong, it turned out to be the other party. He was not a member of their nine-tailed clan. He was atop heaven's pride of Purple Sun Palace. Not only was the other party from Sacred City, but more importantly, he was a dragon. He was a heaven's pride of dragons, an expert. Coupled with the divine ability of Sacred City, what was even more terrifying was that the other party was a peak minor saint. There were very few opponents for such a person. So, he stood up. Everyone knew that the human youth was going to be in danger. Even Qin Xiener, Qian Bai, and the others frowned. Qin Xiener said, Be careful. This Zilong is not ordinary. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked forward. Zilong. He didn't expect that he would be the one to make a move. He had seen this person before. The other party was indeed very strong. Zilong stood up. There was a purple light flickering in his eyes. Like a high and mighty emperor, he looked at Lin Xian. His gaze was cold and carried a hint of disdain. He did have the right to be disdainful because whether it was cultivation or bloodline, he far surpassed the other party. Chapter 4176. He even felt that there was no need for him to make a move. Just the pressure from his body was enough to defeat his opponent. Sure enough, the purple light on his body turned into dragon shadows and rushed forward. They hovered above Lin Xian. The void around Lin Xian shattered once more. The pressure was simply way too great. The others felt the aftershock of the aura and their faces changed. Under such pressure, even if they were peak minor saints, they would have to use all their strength to deal with it. After all, this was the aura of dragons. Everyone wanted to see Lin Xian make a fool of himself. But there was also a biting cold aura surrounding Lin Xian. That was sword qi, covering his whole body, making him look like a sword god. It blocked those purple dragon shadows. It seemed that the aura did not cause much pressure on him. Was he not affected? The surrounding people were shocked. What was going on with this human youth? Zilong was also stunned. It seemed that the opponent's strength was beyond his expectation. In the next moment, a purple light burst out from his eyes, like two purple divine spears, piercing towards Yi Shiwen. Although it was just a gaze, it was not weaker than the attack of a sacred tool. This was his method. And in Lin Xian's eyes, there was also a biting cold sword qi bursting out. Their gazes collided in midair. Suddenly, a terrifying black hole appeared, covering the 9 heavens. So terrifying. Both of them were experts. The surrounding people were shocked. They had some strength. No wonder they were so arrogant. Zilong said coldly. Lin Xian laughed after hearing that. You're not bad. But it's a pity that you're working for Hu Donglai. Humph. You better take back your words. Otherwise, you'll know what regret is. Zilong was completely enraged. He slapped out a palm. The entire space kept shattering as if it was about to be destroyed. Purple sun palm. Along with the sound, a purple palm slapped out from the shattered void. There was a terrifying purple law on it, causing the entire valley to shake violently. It was like a purple sun, pressing towards Lin Xian. Buzz! The surrounding princes and princesses all opened their sacred domains to defend themselves. Even the entire Nimble Valley lit up with a rays. The eldest princess's eyes flickered. She was very confident in Zilong. There would definitely be no accidents in this battle. Lin Xian looked at the purple palm, a cold sword light flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, he pointed out with a finger, and a terrifying sword qi continued to revolve around him before slashing forward. The sword chime shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was as if a giant dragon had collided with the purple palm. Boom! Boom! A terrifying sound rang out as the laws filled the air. The surrounding space kept shattering. Luckily, the Linglong Valley was protected by a peerless defensive formation, which allowed it to remain intact. Otherwise, this attack would have turned the entire valley into ashes, and even the entire imperial city would cease to exist. Boom! Boom! As the laws danced in the sky, cracks appeared on the purple sun palm. Then, it exploded. The purple flames engulfed the sword aura and devoured it. The two of them seemed to be evenly matched. It can't be, right? This guy can actually contend against Zilong. The surrounding people were all stunned. Even the eldest princess frowned slightly. Zilong's face darkened as well. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to block his attack. Although this attack was just a casual attack from him. You're not that good either. Next, you can have a taste of my sword skills. Lin Xian walked out. The sword aura on his body kept flashing, and then turned into a sword domain that slashed forward. You're courting death, kid. You've completely angered me. Seeing that Lin Xian dared to take the initiative to attack, Zilong was enraged. The blood in his body roared, and a dragon's roar rang out. Then, a terrifying purple dragon shadow flew out and charged into the sky. He carried with him the supreme laws and the aura of destruction as he charged over. Boom! Boom! The two of them engaged in a terrifying battle. Lin Xian did not use the Nine Suns sword technique, nor did he use his divine body. After all, his body was too eye-catching. Once he used it, his opponent would recognize him immediately. He did not want to expose his identity yet. Previously on Mount Longhu, Lin Xian had browsed through many top-notch sword techniques and supernatural powers. At this moment, it was really easy for him to use them. Wind-slashing sword, sky-cleaving. Endless sword aura condensed in his hand, and then the huge sword shadow slashed forward. Under this sword, the entire void was distorted. Endless small cracks spread out, forming a wind sword domain that directly enveloped Zilong. This kid's sword technique was so powerful. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they were shocked. The battle between the two was incomparable, and Zilong was completely enraged. Roar! With a roar, he fully activated his blood and secret techniques. At this point, he felt very angry. If he could not take down his opponent in 3 moves, he really would not have the face to stay here any longer. Behind him, a purple palace appeared. It kept bobbing up and down, and terrifying purple light flew out from it one after another. This was the Purple Void Temple's secret technique, and it was unparalleled. In the mysterious purple palace, the light that flew out from it was like a peerless immortal light. It was incomparable. At the same time, Purple Dragon transformed into a long dragon and charged at Yishiwen. After transforming into his true form, his strength became even stronger. In an instant, the dragon's supernatural powers and the sacred city's supernatural powers exploded together, causing everyone to be terrified. This was a fatal blow. It seemed that Zilong was completely enraged. The battle ended in an instant. Qian Bai, Qing Feng, and the others were nervous. They did not know if Lin Xian could block it. Even Qin Xianer's palms were sweating. To be honest, she was not confident in her heart. Seeing that his opponent had used all his means, Lin Xian also stopped smiling. In the next moment, he used the dragon's ancient breathing technique. As he inhaled and exhaled, there was a special force. Boom! 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 Like a muffled thunder, everyone's expression changed. What was this? Zilong also felt like he was struck by lightning. He felt a huge suppression, and his body kept trembling. Puff! He spat out blood and flew out. Many cracks appeared on his body. The phantom of the Purple Void Temple disappeared. He fell to the ground, and his face became incomparably pale. Was he defeated? The entire valley fell into silence again. No one dared to believe it. Such a terrifying supernatural power, perhaps no one could block it. But in the blink of an eye, Zilong was defeated. And they did not realize what the human boy had used. It seemed that he had only exhaled 2 breaths, and it was so terrifying. How could they know that this was the dragon's ancient breathing technique, and it was very mysterious? Lin Xian used all his strength to specifically target Zilong. This had a great suppressive effect on dragons. That was why Zilong was as if he had been struck by lightning. Chapter 4177. Zilong was extremely shocked by the mysterious power just now. He had a feeling that it was related to the dragons. However, he had never seen it before, so he could not figure it out. At this moment, he asked, "What divine ability did you use? You don't even understand what I used. You don't have the qualifications to be my opponent. You don't have the qualifications to make a fuss here. Hurry up and get lost. I don't want to kill you. However, if you continue to clamor, don't blame me for being impolite." Lin Xian snorted coldly. Damn it. Zilong was mad with anger. He had always been high and mighty. Even when he came here, he was only willing to make a move when the eldest princess treated him with respect. But now, the other party was looking down on him. It made him feel like his lungs were about to explode. What? Do you still want to make a move? Lin Xian activated the dragon's breathing technique. Immediately, that terrifying power spread out again. Zilong was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. His face became incomparably pale. He gritted his teeth and did not dare to make a move. Eldest princess, thank you for your hospitality. However, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Zilong did not have the face to stay here, so he directly left the drum. The princes and princesses of the Nine-Tailed tribe were shocked. They did not expect that the powerful Zilong would be defeated. The eldest princess's expression also became extremely ugly. Damn it, this was equivalent to slapping her face. Qianbai Qingfeng and the others were stunned. However, Qin Xian'er raised a smile. Didn't these people want to target them? It would not be so easy. On the opposite side, Hu Donglai was also gnashing his teeth in anger. Damn it, how could this kid be so strong? To be honest, he thought that Zilong was going to make a move. However, the current situation was beyond his expectations. The next moment, he was even more stunned because he found that Lin Xian stood up and walked towards him. Damn it, what was this kid trying to do? Lin Xian walked out and arrived in front of Hu Donglai. Earlier, the eldest princess said that it was boring to just chat. Why don't we spar? This guy had attacked him time and time again. Did he really think that he was a pushover? Courting death. How bold. The people around Hu Donglai roared crazily. They all stood up. Who do you think you are? How dare you make a move against my young master? That's right, you want to attack, right? I'll kill you. Their bodies were overflowing with killing intent. Behind them were extremely terrifying tails that danced, as if they could destroy the world. Lin Xian didn't care about these people's threats and terrifying killing intent. His eyes were fixed on Hu Donglai. What? You don't even have the courage to attack me. You really are a piece of trash. What did you say? Hu Donglia's expression became incomparably malevolent. Tell me that again. When did he become trash? Why are you still refusing to admit that you're trash? If you're a man, come out and fight me one-on-one. Brat, do you think I'll fall for your trick? Hu Donglai sneered. The other party was so powerful, he was unwilling to make a move. At this moment, Qin Xian'er, who was at the back, sighed out as well. She had thought that he was an unparalleled hero. But to think that he was just a coward. My future husband will definitely not be a coward. He will definitely be an indomitable expert. Sisters, don't you think so? Hu Donglai looked at the surrounding princesses and whispered to each other. To be honest, although they were unhappy with humans, they despised them for not daring to make a move after being provoked like this. That's right. They had thought that this Hu Donglai was a young genius, a future expert. But now, it seemed that he wasn't that great. It must have been an exaggeration in the rumors. Forget it, it's better to change the candidate in the future. Damn it. Hu Donglai was so angry that he vomited blood. Was his lifetime of brilliance going to be destroyed here? He would not allow it. The next moment, he suddenly stood up. Brat, I originally disdained to make a move against you. But since you're courting death, then don't blame me. From the looks of it, Hu Donglai wanted to make a move. Young master. The surrounding people cried out in alarm. They were really worried. However, the corner of Hu Donglia's mouth raised. Don't worry. Do you think I don't have a trump card? I've already brought that thing here. Is that true? The guards laughed after hearing that. Hu Donglai walked up and stared at Lin Xian. Brat, I'll let you know that provoking me is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Qin Xianer frowned when she saw this scene. It was really out of her expectations. In her opinion, after Lin Xian displayed such powerful strength, this Hu Donglai would definitely not dare to come out. Now that the other party had come out, what was the other party relying on? In the next moment, her pupils shrank. Because she realized that Hu Donglai took out something with a flip of his hand. It was a small drum. It was exceptionally exquisite and exquisite. There were countless Dao patterns on it. White fox drum. Many people screamed. Even Qin Xianer's Dao heart turned cold. Damn it, Hu Donglai actually took out such a thing. She hurriedly said, be careful. This is the white fox drum. It's a very terrifying sacred artifact that has reached the sun level. She had two types of attacks. The front was a super powerful divine ability attack, and the back was a strange soul attack. It could be said that it was very dangerous and impossible to guard against. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes after hearing that. White fox drum. No wonder the other party dared to come out. It turned out that he had a powerful sacred artifact. The other princes and princesses were also extremely surprised. Obviously, they all knew the power of the white fox drum. Brat, I'll make you kneel in front of me and make you suffer a fate worse than death. At this point, he activated the white fox drum with all his strength. His palm landed on the drum's face. Dong! A low sound rang out. Then, an extremely terrifying storm of laws suddenly erupted in the entire valley. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. It's over. That kid is dead for sure. That was for sure. The white fox drum's attack was even stronger than the purple dragon from before. Unless that kid had a top-grade sacred artifact. Otherwise, there was no way he could resist it. Buzz. While everyone was discussing, the storm of laws that filled the sky was actually torn apart. A sword light shot out powerfully, illuminating the entire world. How is this possible? Hu Donglai screamed. The expressions of the surrounding people also changed drastically. The other party was actually able to rush out. It was really unbelievable. In the next moment, they saw the sword chi that filled the sky, charging towards them like a dragon. Hu Donglai roared. Scram! He did not dare to use his own strength. Instead, he activated the white fox drum with all his strength. Countless laws appeared between heaven and earth, forming a nine-tailed phantom that communicated with heaven and earth. This power was really too terrifying. At the same time, Hu Donglai struck the other side of the white fox drum. Dong! Dong! At this moment, everyone's faces turned pale. Not good. This was an extremely strange soul illusion attack. The first princess's expression also changed. She formed a seal with her palm and changed the array again. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand the power of the white fox drum. After being enveloped by the array again, they heaved a sigh of relief and looked forward. This time, this kid should be dead. Hu Donglai revealed a ferocious expression. No matter how strong the other party was, so what? If his soul was killed, he would not be able to survive. Chapter 4178. Boz. A strange soul attack spread between heaven and earth, capable of killing without a trace. Everyone could no longer see Lin Xian's figure because the world was distorted. However, they believed that when the storm ended, it would be the end of the battle. Boz. However, at this moment, everyone's hearts were beating wildly. They felt that their souls were being suppressed again. It was as if there was an immortal king above the 9 heavens looking down on them. This feeling was too terrifying. Hu Donglai was even more so. He almost knelt on the ground, and the white fox drum in his hand almost fell. In the next moment, his pupils shrank. How was this possible? What kind of aura was this? He activated the white fox drum with all his might, and then came to resist this soul that was difficult to suppress. Then, he raised his head with difficulty and saw a shocking scene. Above him, in the endless void, there was a pair of golden eyes looking down at him with incomparable coldness. Whose eyes were these? It was too terrifying. It was as if a god was looking down on the common people. Damn it, could it be that humans? How was this possible? With such eyes, how terrifying was the bloodline? No, I don't believe it. This is an illusion. Hu Donglai roared crazily. He was present and slapped the white fox drum. Psychic 9 kills. With a roar, both sides of the white fox drum trembled at the same time. A terrifying killing aura soared into the sky. At this moment, even Hu Donglia's face was pale, and he vomited blood. It was obvious that using such a divine ability was a huge burden on him. But he was going all out. Even if he was injured, he had to kill the other party this time. Boz. I don't care if you are the eyes of a god or an immortal king. Everything will be destroyed. Hu Donglai roared towards the sky. He was extremely confident in the psychic 9 kills. However, he soon despaired. He was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. Because the pair of golden eyes in the sky did not change at all. They were still incomparably cold. The only change was that they were even more resplendent and mysterious. In those eyes, there were countless runes that were constantly rotating. Every time they rotated, the power of the soul would become stronger. At the same time, Hu Donglai discovered that behind those golden eyes, a dragon shadow had appeared. It was abnormally terrifying. That appearance was even more terrifying than when the purple dragon transformed. It was as if this was the true ancient dragon. What were the eyes of gods and the bodies of dragons? With a thud, Hu Donglai directly knelt on the ground. Caw caw caw. Endless cracks appeared on his hand that was holding the white fox drum, and in the next moment, it exploded. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, Hu Donglai vomited blood and flew backwards. Between heaven and earth, the terrifying storm was also torn into pieces. Has the outcome been decided? The surrounding people all widened their eyes and looked over carefully. Even Qin Xiener and the others were extremely nervous. After all, this was the white fox drum. She was not confident that Lin Xian could win. But when they saw the scene in front of them, they were all stunned. He saw Lin Xian standing there with his hands behind his back, completely unharmed. His expression was even more calm. Opposite him, Hu Donglia's body was broken and shattered. He looked like he was seriously injured. How could this be? Hu Donglai was injured. Heavens, what happened just now? These people were all crazy. Because before, not only did he have an extremely powerful divine ability, but he also had an extremely strong divine ability. There was also the terrifying soul storm. So no one was able to investigate. Naturally, they could not see that terrifying scene. However, they really could not believe that Hu Donglai would actually be defeated. You are just a so-so. Lin Xian sneered. Damn it, I don't believe it. Men, kill him for me. Hu Donglai screamed crazily. He could not accept it. Behind him, the experts that he brought with him moved out one after another. In an instant, more than a dozen figures surrounded Lin Xian. Among them, there was no lack of peak minor saint existences. The sudden change caused the people in the valley to be surprised. Qin Xiener suddenly stood up and shouted. How dare you? Hu Donglai, don't go too far. Hu Donglai stood up and swallowed a pill. A ferocious expression appeared in his eyes. Why would I not dare? This kid injured me and committed a capital offense. Besides, this was the exquisite valley. The eldest princess had the final say. Eldest princess, is there anything wrong with my actions? The eldest princess said indifferently. I will not interfere in the matters between your elder family and humans. Thank you, eldest princess. Hu Donglai smiled. Qin Xiener's expression was extremely ugly. Damn it, are these people going to shed all pretense of cordiality in public? You can try it. I can guarantee that your end will be very miserable. Qin Xiener also walked up. Qin Feng and Qin Xiener did the same. Seventh sister, let the elder family settle their own matters. It's better for us, the royal family, not to interfere. The eldest princess said indifferently. She waved her hand and immediately, the experts of the nine-tailed fox clan came out and stopped Qin Xiener and the others. Seventh princess, please go back. The aura of these people was also very terrifying. Seeing Qin Xiener and the others being stopped, Hu Donglai sneered again. Kid, let's see who can save you this time. Lin Xian also smiled. Do you think I need others to save me? Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me. A cold killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Hu Donglai smiled proudly. Do you think you can still compete with me until now? I will make you realize the reality. Do it. With his order, more than a dozen terrifying figures around him exploded together. Between heaven and earth, a roar shook the 9 heavens. A terrifying aura instantly destroyed everything. Lin Xian was already prepared. How could he not have a countermeasure when he came here? So at this moment, he activated the void escape and teleported. At the same time, he sent out 10,000 green smoke, enveloping the entire valley. The entire process was very fast. No one noticed. When he appeared again, he was already behind Hu Donglai. With a sword, he cut off Hu Donglia's hand. At the same time, he sent out a terrifying sword chi, completely enveloping and sealing the white fox drum. The great dragon sword spirit isolated everything. Lin Xian grabbed Hu Donglia's neck with one hand and the death law instantly surged out. Hu Donglai still wanted to fight back, but he could not withstand the power of the death law. In an instant, he was subdued. Damn kid, do you dare to touch me? Hu Donglai screamed crazily. The dozen or so experts in front originally thought that they had killed this human. However, when they heard their young master scream, they were all dumbfounded. Damn it, let go of our young master. If you dare to touch him, you're dead. Kid, think carefully. What is the consequence of offending our elder clan? These people roared crazily. Those from the royal family were also stunned. Chapter 4179. Hearing these people's threats, Lin Xian laughed. Could it be that if I let them go, they won't kill me? Previously, when I didn't threaten him, you didn't plan to let me go either. Since that's the case, why should I hold back? The surrounding people were silent. Indeed, since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, they shouldn't hold back. However, they really couldn't imagine that a single person would dare to fight against a top family. Hu Donglia's expression was also ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let me go and our grudges will be ridden off. Otherwise, you will suffer the wrath of my family. This is definitely not something you can contend against." Ridden off? Who do you think you are? How dare you tell me to write it off? Lin Xian was also angry. He had tried to kill him time and time again, and the third elder even used poison to assassinate him. How could it be written off? You think too highly of yourself. You think that because you are the young master of the third family, I won't dare to make a move against you. Unfortunately, you used the wrong trump card. Go to hell and repent. Lin Xian waved his hand and endless death laws erupted, directly taking away Hu Donglia's life force. Hu Donglia's body turned into a pile of bones. Even his soul didn't escape. At the same time, Lin Xian clasped his hand and endless dragon-shaped sword energy completely sealed the white fox drum. Then, he put it away. Hu Donglai fell. Until his death, he didn't believe that the other party would really dare to kill him. Was the other party not afraid of the wrath of their elder family? No. In the distance, the guards also roared crazily. Their eyes instantly turned red. If the other party really killed him, how would they explain it when they returned? The surrounding princes and princesses were also stunned. This scene felt like a dream. They had never seen such a daring person. Qin Xiener took a deep breath. Although the scene was shocking, since she had already decided to take this step, she naturally wouldn't back down. If there was any danger, she would bear it together with Lin Xian. Damn it, kill him. The guards of the third elder's family roared crazily and instantly rushed over. The Grand Palace Master also secretly gave the order. There were even more terrifying experts approaching Lin Xian. The situation could be said to be extremely dangerous. Boss. Not good. Qin Xiener's expression changed. She wanted to attack and even more wanted Lin Xian to leave. Because the situation was really too unfavorable for them. Lin Xian's expression was extremely cold. He took out a leaf and at the same time, a cold voice was heard. Everyone, please enter the dream. Boss. As soon as he said that, the leaf in his hand suddenly rippled, and a terrifying nomological law shrouded the surroundings. Instantly, the entire Linglong. Everyone's body, and the scene in front of their eyes, they were no longer Linglong. But some other scenes. This place was like a land of immortals, incomparably illusory. What was this place? What was this place? Why were they here? The surrounding that. Be disgusting. However, the elder clan's guards said with bloodshot eyes, no matter what you do, you will definitely die today. We're all teet. Teet they he. Teet they teet go, what tea? These people screamed crazily. All of a sudden, 4 dark shadows appeared behind Lin Xian's back, aiming for his vitals. However, the assassination attempt of the 4 was also shattered. The 4 of them were nailed in the air. Their silhouettes emerged. They were also 4 terrifying minor saints with black tails waving behind their backs. Their eyes were filled with infinite fear. The surrounding princes and princesses were all stunned. Even Qin Xian'er and the rest were stunned. What kind of technique was this? Lin Xian smiled. His smile was radiant. Don't waste your energy. This is my world. In this place, I am the ruler. The dream leaf was a secret treasure given to him by the Qingshan Saint King. He could fight all kinds of battles in it. It also had another function, which was that the Qingshan Saint King had left 3 marks on it. These 3 marks could be used 3 times. Everyone, please enter the dream. Once someone was pulled in, they wouldn't be able to resist and could only accept Lin Xian's judgment. It could be said that this was a life-saving technique. Of course, the difference in cultivation couldn't be too big. Otherwise, the dream leaf wouldn't be able to withstand it. At present, those who were early-stage Saint Venerables and below couldn't resist at all. What? This is your world. Impossible, I don't believe it. Countless people screamed. The first princess snorted coldly, not knowing what was good for her. She flipped her hand, wanting to take out a saint weapon to break the formation. However, she found that the saint weapon in her hand didn't appear. This made her panic. What's going on? I said, this is my world. I'm the master. Lin Xian waved his hand and slapped the first princess's face. The first princess vomited blood and was sent flying. She screamed crazily. He dared to hit her. Damn it, I want you dead. As soon as she finished speaking, thousands of slaps landed on her face, smashing her face into mush. Moreover, this kind of attack was still going on. It probably wouldn't stop until Lin Xian shouted for it to stop. The first princess screamed crazily. The other princes and princesses looked at this scene and felt their scalps go numb. Sword maniac, we have no fate with you. Why are you trapping us? That's right, let us go. We won't go against you. Normally, these people were high and mighty and didn't take Lin Xian seriously. But now, they were begging bitterly, looking timid and afraid. This huge difference was really ironic. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly. These people had mocked and ridiculed him before. Now that they were in, how could he not let them suffer? Therefore, he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will settle your debts one by one." At this point, the princes and princesses' faces twisted in fear. They were being attacked by illusions. The 4 assassins behind Lin Xian were torn to shreds in an instant. Endless nomological swords fell. In front, the dozen or so guards of the 3rd elder's family were in an even more miserable state. They were burned by the raging flames. The only ones who weren't affected were Qin Xian'er, Qian Bai, and Qing Feng. When they saw this scene, their faces were also filled with shock. Your method is too strong. Qin Xian'er came to Lin Xian's side, her face full of surprise. Lin Xian said with a smile. Of course, without a trump card, how could he fight them? Then what do you plan to do with them? Qin Xian'er asked. He had already killed Hu Donglai. If he killed all these people, it would probably cause a huge commotion. Lin Xian said that ordinary princes and princesses could be punished. However, he couldn't let off a single person from the 3rd elder's family. The people brought by the first princess couldn't be let off either. As for the first princess, a cold look appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. I will cripple her cultivation and make her a cripple for the rest of her life. Chapter 4180. Hearing this, Qian Bai and Qing Feng were excited. However, Qin Xian'er still frowned. Wasn't it too risky? Lin Xian smiled. It's fine. Do you know this place? This is actually an illusory world. Those who enter are all souls. In this world, I am the master. After I punish these people, I will change their soul memories. When they go out, they will not remember that it was us who did it. I will design that Hu Donglai coveted the first princess's beauty and wanted to secretly harm her. The first princess counterattacked and both of them were injured. This way, we will have nothing to do. And I will also change the memories of others. This way, others can testify. As for those people outside, don't worry. I have already used the 1,000 blue smoke to block everything. Those people will not know what happened here. As expected, Lin Xian killed all the enemies. Then, he began to change their memories. At the same time, outside Linglong Valley, some guards' eyes flickered. After such a long time, why was there no sign of action in the valley? Should they go take a look? Someone asked. However, another person said. Forget it, let's wait for the first princess's signal. If we go in rashly, we will ruin the plan. If the first princess is angry, none of us can bear the consequences. These people did not go in. They did not know what was really happening in Linglong Valley. On the other side, Lin Xian changed all these people's memories. Then, he put away the dream leaf. In the next moment, everyone's soul returned to their bodies. Their bodies trembled, revealing a look of confusion. But soon, they began to scream. Hu Donglai was actually so bold. Kill him. First princess, are you alright? Screams rang out one after another. Lin Xian also removed the 1,000 blue smoke. When those people outside heard it, they instantly rushed over. When they saw the scene in the valley, they were about to go crazy. The first princess seemed to be seriously injured and on the verge of death. And Hu Donglia's side was completely killed. Not a single person was alive. Damn it, what was going on? Third Elder's family also had many experts. Each of them roared at the sky. They stared at Lin Xian and the others. Damn brat, you dare to kill our young master. We will fight it out with you. Eldest princess, the people here were even more crazy. What was going on? Could it be that this human kid was the one who did it? Why didn't they notice it before? However, two female princesses next to the first princess said, Quick, kill the 3 elders. They dared to touch the first princess. What? The surrounding people went crazy when they heard that. The first princess also opened her eyes. She was extremely weak. She said that my cultivation had been crippled and that I had been poisoned. It's all Hu Donglai, kill them for me. What's going on? Was it really Qin Xiener who did it? The guards were stunned at first, but after receiving the order, they immediately rushed over. They were fighting with the people from Third Elder's family. When the battle broke out, the movement here was very terrifying. In an instant, it alarmed other people in the imperial city. Quite a few elders rushed over. All of you, stop. They suppressed everything. When they found out about this, their faces turned ugly. Hu Donglai was dead. The eldest princess had been crippled and poisoned. The matter had really blown up. Sure enough, the 3 elders had personally sent people over. An elder, with a supreme aura, enveloped the entire world. In an instant, he stared at Lin Xian and Qin Xiener. Lin Xian felt that his body had been penetrated. With a cold snort, the great dragon sword spirit in his body circulated to destroy this power. Who was it that killed my grandson? The 3 elders were about to go crazy. The experts behind him roared as well. Kill this human kid. They roared. Qin Xiener stood out. Third elder, have you gone senile? It was clearly Hu Donglai who plotted against my eldest sister, but he was killed instead. How can you blame it on us? A figure also came from the imperial city. He brought quite a few guards with him. The leader was a middle-aged man. He was the Divine Empress' younger brother, called Red Fox Saint. When he arrived, his face was also cold. What was going on? They began to ask. In the end, the princes, princesses, and the descendants of the other elders all said the same thing. After Hu Donglai drank, he was disrespectful to the first princess and even wanted to forcefully attack her. In the end, they fought. It caused the current scene. Impossible. After the third elder's family heard this, they screamed. They didn't believe it. This was completely different from what they had imagined. However, with so many princes and princesses as witnesses, they couldn't do anything. In the end, this matter reached the depths of the imperial palace. Even the Divine King and Divine Empress were alarmed. The situation became incomparably delicate. The Divine Empress was furious and prepared to attack. The three elders had no choice but to completely rely on the Divine King and plead for leniency. Lin Xian looked at this scene and sneered. They still dared to plot against him. Now, with just a little trick, he could make these people miserable. Qin Xianer was also in a good mood. After returning, she was happy for 3 days. Then, she said, next is the Qingqiu sacrificial ceremony. After entering, we don't have to hold back anymore. Because it was very dangerous inside, the probability of dying was very high. Finally, there was no need to hold back. Lin Xian's eyes also emitted a cold light. To be honest, he could have killed all these people before. However, there was a Divine Empress here after all. The terror of the Divine King still made him feel a lingering fear. Therefore, he still had to hold back. But once he entered Qingqiu Cave, even the Divine King would not be able to do anything. Next, it would be his battlefield. However, Lin Xian was a human. If he wanted to enter Qingqiu Cave, it would be very difficult. As expected, when Qin Xianer mentioned this matter, basically everyone was against it. No one supported it. Whether it was the princes and princesses of the imperial family or the 10 elders, all of them were against it. When Lin Xian heard this news, he frowned. Is there no other way? Qin Xianer said there was another way, but it was a little risky. That is to be the prince consort of the Qingqiu tribe. That way, he would be one of them. Being the prince consort. That's good too. Lin Xian smiled. I won't lose out anyway. Qin Xianer blushed. You've been thinking about this for a long time. Then, she made this request. The entire Qingqiu world was shocked. The young geniuses all went crazy. Qin Xianer had a sweetheart. Damn it, they couldn't accept this. One had to know that everyone wanted to marry Qin Xianer. That way, they could reach the top in one step. But now, it was done by a human. They couldn't accept it. In an instant, outside Qin Xianer's territory, there were people everywhere. Many people said that they wanted to kill Lin Xian. Chapter 4181. Those elders and experts also snorted coldly. Even those princesses sneered. This Qin Xianer is really a disgrace. She actually wants to marry a human. What a joke. She is a disgrace to the Fox clan. Cold laughter could be heard. Lin Xian also came out of seclusion. You want to challenge me? Come at me together. He immediately let the people outside out. Boom 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 soon, these people were all sent flying while vomiting blood. They were all terrified. Lin Xian snorted coldly. If you want to die, come on. However, he still underestimated these people. On the second day, a large group of young geniuses came. It was the same on the third day. This gave him a headache. Qin Xianer was very happy. How is it, Prince Consort? Now you know the pressure. Lin Xian smiled. It's all because of you. I have to think of a good idea. Let's spread the news that the next challenge will be a life and death battle. I have to see how crazy these people can be. As expected, when the news of the life and death battle spread, the world was in an uproar. Damn it. This kid is too arrogant. That's right. How dare he be so arrogant in our territory? Kill him. These people roared crazily. However, no one dared to accept the challenge. After all, Lin Xian had beaten too many people out. They also knew that he should be a genius. He was able to fight above his level. His strength was extraordinary. What genius. I'll kill him and marry the saintess. On this day, a man in a red robe released the news that he wanted to have a life and death battle with Lin Xian. It was actually the Red Fox young Marquis. Exclamations could be heard. Lin Xian laughed after hearing it. Someone is courting death. Qin Xianer frowned. The person who accepted the challenge was called Hong Tu Tian. His identity was not ordinary. His father was the Red Fox Saint, the younger brother of the Divine Empress. He was equivalent to the Divine Empress nephew. Damn it. Those people want to marry me. Impossible. Since he was the Divine Empress nephew, there was no need to hold back. When the news of the challenge spread, the world was in an uproar. On this day, an arena was set up outside the imperial city. People from all over the world came to watch the battle. After all, marrying a saintess was an event that would shock the entire world. They had no choice but to be cautious. Young warriors from all over the world had set off, and the experts from the imperial city had also arrived. Hong Tu Tian also arrived in a grandiose manner. He brought a long saber with him as he stepped onto the arena. His gaze swept around. Where was that human? He must be afraid of little Marquis's reputation. I guess he wouldn't dare to come. That's right, who does that brat think he is? How could he be a match for the young Marquis? The people around him began to fawn over him. Hong Tu Tian was very satisfied after hearing this. He raised his head and said, "Forget it, I will wait for him for half a day." If he didn't show up after half a day, he would automatically forfeit. In less than half a day, Lin Xian, Qin Xianer, and the others arrived an hour later. The two of them stood side by side like immortals descending from the sky, making countless people envious. Damn it, he actually got together with the Holy Maiden. Damn it, catch him and kill him. Their eyes turned red. Hong Tu Tian wore a green veil on his face today, which made him look even more mysterious. Hong Tu Tian's eyes also turned red after seeing this. He must win today's match. Thinking of this, his eyes exploded with an extremely cold murderous intent. You must be that sword maniac, come and die. No hurry, it's a battle of life and death. First, sign the life and death contract, lest the residents of the saint act shamelessly. Lin Xian took out a scroll. Do you think I will lose? What a joke. Hong Tu Tian was very confident in himself. Then, he quickly signed the life and death contract. Lin Xian placed the life and death contract above the 9 heavens. In the battle of life and death were up to fate. This time, the judges were the elders of the imperial family. There were Saint Kings and Saint Empresses respectively. The two elders stood in the sky, and with a command, the battle began. Go to hell, brat. Watch my berserker saber technique. Hong Tu Tian sneered and unsheathed his long saber. Endless blood-colored laws danced between heaven and earth. This saber could kill a peak minor saint. As expected of the young Marquis, his strength was indeed strong. That was because, except for a few minor saints, no one was a match for the young Marquis. Cheers rang out one after another. In their opinion, Lin Xian was dead for sure. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. In the next moment, he pulled out a battle sword and slashed forward. Sky Splitter Sword. It was also one of the top supernatural powers of Longhu Mountain. With a slash of the sword, heaven and earth fell apart. In the void, a large crack spread and directly penetrated Hong Tu Tian's body. Buzz! Lin Xian sheathed his long sword, and Hong Tu Tian's body was torn into pieces. Clang! The long saber fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Was he dead? Killed with a single slash? Impossible. The experts of the Saint Mansion instantly rushed up and found that Hong Tu Tian's astral soul had been destroyed, and there was no way to save him. Damn it, how dare you attack? How dare you kill the young Marquis? After killing him, many people rushed up in an instant. The others were also stunned. To be honest, they didn't believe it at all. One had to know that the saber could kill a peak minor saint, but he was still killed in an instant. What kind of strength did this person have? At this moment, they looked at Lin Xian with horror. Boom! In the sky, an elder waved his hand, and a ray of light shot down, blocking the people of the Saint Mansion. Lin Xian also sneered. What's wrong? Can't afford to lose. I've already guessed it. The life and death contract is still in the sky. Are you all blind? Damn it. You! The people of the Saint Mansion were so angry that they wanted to vomit blood. The news spread quickly. When the Red Fox Saint received the news, he immediately rushed over. Go to hell, kid. He didn't say anything and directly attacked Lin Xian. The elder sent out another saber. Red Fox Saint, you've crossed the line. The life and death contract is here. Don't be unreasonable. He was sent by the Saint ruler, so he naturally had to side with Qin Xiener. What? Are you trying to deny it? The whole world is watching. How can you deny it? Lin Xian sneered. He had spread the news and invited all the geniuses to come and watch the battle just for this moment. As expected, the people around him started to discuss. Although I'm not happy with this human, he's not wrong. After the life and death contract is signed, it's up to fate. If you're not strong enough, you deserve to be killed. The Red Fox Saint is too overbearing. Does he only allow his son to win and not allow him to lose? If you're not strong enough, why did you sign the life and death contract? Discussions broke out one after another. The Red Fox Saint's face became extremely ferocious. Kid, just you wait. He roared and left with his people. However, he wouldn't let Lin Xian go. The news of Lin Xian killing Hong Tu Tian in an instant had spread across the world. Countless people were shocked. At this point, no one dared to provoke him anymore. After all, unless a Saint Venerable made a move, it would be difficult for anyone to defeat him. In the end, Lin Xian also received a spot in the Green Hill sacrificial ceremony. Chapter 4182. A human. Interesting. The ninth prince narrowed his eyes and smiled as he looked at the report in his hand. I didn't expect my seventh sister to be able to find such an interesting opponent. I really hope to meet him in Green Hill Cave. On the other side, the first prince, third prince, and sixth prince were gnashing their teeth. They gathered around the divine empress. Mother, don't worry. This brat doesn't know what's good for him. We'll deal with him personally when we get to Green Hill Cave. Uncle, don't worry too. We'll avenge our cousin. It was obvious that the divine empress was planning something. Once they entered, no one would be able to protect them. They could attack mercilessly. It was the same for the third elder. The other elders were also planning something. After all, this was too important to them. Especially the princes. Once they successfully returned, their strength would increase tremendously. They might even become the nine-tailed crown prince. Time flew by. Finally, the day of the Green Hill sacrificial ceremony arrived. At this moment, the entire Green Hill planet was excited. They burned incense and bathed in it. From the moment the sun rose, they kept praying towards the distance. At the same time, the imperial city of the Green Hill Star was even more lively, with all sorts of great Tao auras flying about. Dazzling lights flew between heaven and earth. The princes, imperial grandsons, and the descendants of the elders were all there. All of them had respectful expressions. It wasn't just the young disciples. The elders were there as well. Even the 10 elders and the elites of the royal family were there. The divine emperor and divine empress also had solemn expressions. Lin Xian, Qin Xiener, and the others stood in the crowd. Their eyes were shining. It's finally going to open. Lin Xian took a deep breath. I wonder what's so special about this legendary Green Hill Cave. The entire ceremony lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. On the 4th day, the divine emperor, divine empress, and the elders formed hand seals. They cut their fingers and dripped their blood onto the ground. Soon, the ground trembled and changed. A huge mountain rose in front of them, carrying with it a primordial aura. There was a cave there, shining with light. It looked extremely mysterious. Seeing this, the nine-tailed tribe was all excited. Green Hill Cave had finally appeared. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Golden light flickered in his eyes as he attempted to investigate Qingqiu Cave. However, he discovered that the multicolored light above Green Hill Cave cut off all probing. Not to mention him, even the Sage King couldn't find out what was inside. Only by walking in would they know. Green Hill Cave had been opened. Those who are preparing to enter, step forward now. Following the sage ruler's command, countless young disciples stepped forward. This time, there were nearly 300 participants. It could be said that this was a very small number compared to the entire world. But thinking about it, those who could enter Green Hill Cave were the top geniuses of this world. Furthermore, his identity and bloodline were definitely extraordinary. There were very few people like Lin Xian, who participated as a human. The Green Hill Cave is the birthplace of our nine-tailed tribe. It contains the secrets of our ancestors. Although it contained great opportunities, it was also extremely dangerous. If anyone wanted to withdraw now, it was still not too late. The Saint King asked again, but no one backed out. After all, this was a chance for them to advance by leaps and bounds. Alright, since that was the case, then prepare to enter. After waiting for half an hour, the light in front of them gradually intertwined to form the illusion of a nine-tailed fox. Its tails danced in different directions, forming countless divine bridges that connected the ground and the cave. Alright, we can begin. Hearing this, those people moved. Lin Xian followed among them. He walked onto a divine bridge and then flew towards Green Hill Cave. Looking at the disappearing figures of those people, the Saint Empress smiled. It seemed that she was very confident this time. On the other side, the third elder's face was cold. The Red Fox Saint was also filled with killing intent. To be honest, they didn't believe what had happened in Linglong Valley. Therefore, they were very suspicious that it was done by Qin Siener and that human. Previously, they couldn't do anything outside. But now that they were in Green Hill Cave, strength spoke for itself. The surrounding people were extremely excited. In just the blink of an eye, they realized that the surrounding light had dimmed. They were no longer in the Imperial City. Instead, they had arrived in a cave. This cave was much more spacious than they had imagined. It seemed like there was another world. There was a passageway in front of them. It was surrounded by mysterious laws. Thinking about it, this should be the entrance. With the prince leading the way, they moved quickly. Let's go too. Lin Xian and Qin Siener also walked forward. This time, Qian Bai and Qing Feng didn't enter. They were still young. The group moved quickly towards the passageway in front of them. However, at this moment, there was a tremor in front of them. The entire ground began to shake. Everyone couldn't stand steadily and almost fell. How could it be? These people were extremely terrifying geniuses. Weaklings wouldn't be able to come here. However, the tremor made them so embarrassed. What was in front of them? The next moment, they saw a black figure walk over and block their path. How could it be? When they saw this scene, their eyeballs instantly popped out. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. The black figure that appeared in front of them was none other than a fox. However, its body was shriveled, as if it was just skin and bones. This wasn't the most shocking thing. What was shocking was that it had 8 tails behind it. That was simply too inconceivable. One must know that although they were all members of the Nine-Tailed clan, not everyone had 9 tails. Tails represented strength and talent. For example, Hu Donglai from before possessed 6 tails. That meant that his talent was extremely powerful. However, when compared to Qin Siener, he was still somewhat lacking. That was because Qin Siener possessed 7 tails. That was also the reason why Qin Siener was able to become the Saintess. Her talent and bloodline were simply too great. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be an issue for someone like her to become a Saintess in the future. Generally, most princesses and princes would have 5 tails. The top ones would have 6 tails. Those with 7 tails could be said to be extremely rare. Yet, the fox before them actually had 8 tails. It was truly unbelievable. Exactly who was it when it was alive? Thinking about it, it was most definitely their ancestor. But, why would it be there? Was it alive or dead? They didn't know any of that. The demon fox in front stood there. Suddenly, a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The next moment, it raised its claws and extended them forward. Heaven and earth shattered. Chapter 4183. Retreat. The people around them screamed. They couldn't believe that the one blocking their way was so powerful. These people retreated, but they were still hit by the energy shockwave of the palm. Many of them vomited blood. Damn it, it's so powerful. Some of the princes and princesses were injured, and the other geniuses looked terrible too. Is this Green Hill Cave? As soon as they entered, they met an 8-tailed fox. Who knew how terrifying it would be inside? Lin Xian and Qin Siener also retreated. They were equally shocked. Lin Xian frowned. Interesting. At this moment, someone said coldly, "Don't be afraid, he's already dead. I guess he's guarding this passage. This is a test for us. We can only continue if we pass it." Everyone turned around and saw that the one who spoke was a very handsome man. Behind him, there was also an illusion of 7 tails. The 9th prince. Many people exclaimed. Among the princes, he was one of the top. Lin Xian looked over and was equally shocked. He saw strange green ripples flickering in the 9th prince's eyes. Obviously, he was using an eye technique that could see through everything. Indeed, at this moment, another person stood out. This person was wearing armor and was also extraordinary. He was the 1st prince. The 9th prince was on the Sage King's side, while the 1st prince was on the Sage Queen's side. He said that if everyone worked together, they could definitely make it through. With the 2 top princes taking the lead, the rest of the people also calmed down. Yes, there were more than 300 of them. Even if the opponent was an 8-tailed fox, so what? Next, these people started to attack. They attacked quickly. Lin Xian and Qin Xianer did the same. They turned into a stream of light. The 8-tailed fox in front roared at the sky. Its huge tail kept changing until it was 1,000 feet long, dancing between heaven and earth. It was extremely powerful. One had to admit that this beast was really too powerful. Even with 300 top geniuses attacking together, they couldn't break through in a short period of time. Instead, they were beaten by the 8 tails until their blood was boiling. However, the people on the 9-tailed fox's side were also gritting their teeth. They were all geniuses. They were usually high and mighty, but now they were being suppressed. Naturally, it was a crazy counterattack. Lin Xian and Qin Xianer were calm and collected. They were completely capable of dodging such an attack. In fact, Lin Xian himself had a way to get past it. However, he didn't want to leave just yet. This was because he wanted to follow these people and see what was so special about Green Hill Cave. However, within the crowd, there were people whose eyes flashed with a cold light. Since we won't be able to cross over anytime soon, why don't we deal with our biggest problem first? Some people stared at Qin Xianer and Lin Xian, their eyes shining with a terrifying light. The young marquis was killed by him. Let's go take revenge. Some people stared at Lin Xian. Since the other party dared to kill Hong Tu Tian, they would not show mercy. These people stealthily approached Lin Xian. Suddenly, they began to attack him from all directions. "Kid, go to hell." Terrifying sword light danced as a sickle descended from the sky. Not good. Looking at this scene, Qin Xianer's face changed. She had not expected these people to act so hastily. She roared angrily and launched a sound wave attack to interfere. As expected, those people were affected by the sound wave illusion and their bodies trembled. However, another person rushed over. It seemed that these people were determined to attack this time. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sneered. "Boss." A golden light flashed in his eyes as he scanned the surroundings. He directly activated his ocular technique. These people's souls were pierced and they resisted with all their might. However, how could they be a match for Lin Xian? Lin Xian's soul was not weaker than the sacred venerates. As expected, these people could not resist at all. Soon, a strange golden light appeared in their eyes. In the next moment, they became extremely respectful towards Lin Xian. The people who had killed him had all become his puppets. "Go, attack." 9 people turned into a torrent and charged forward as if they didn't care about their lives. The surrounding people were shocked. What was going on? Did these people from the Red Fox Manor want to die? Not long after, the people on the side of the 3 elders also attacked. The 8 minor saints were instantly controlled by Lin Xian, and in the end, they charged forward without any regard for their own lives. These people were very fierce, so they were all torn to pieces by the 8 tails in front. Everyone also attacked faster and faster. Finally, someone escaped. The first to go were the 9th prince and the 1st prince. The 3rd prince, the 5th princess, and the others also charged over. When Lin Xian and Qin Xianer saw this scene, they also said, "Let's go." The 2 of them also rose into the air. The 2 of them used their divine abilities to dodge the 8 tails attack. Throughout the entire process, they were not injured at all. Moreover, Lin Xian also used his ocular technique to kill a group of people. Next, more and more people went over. Of course, there were also some people who couldn't go through. Some were killed, while others chose to retreat out of fear. In the process, about 50 people were trapped. The people who came over also sighed. They didn't expect that just an entrance would cause them to suffer such heavy losses. However, it had nothing to do with them. They had to continue going down. At this moment, someone looked over with a hint of surprise. "7th sister, you're really surprising." The 5th princess walked over with a smile. The 1st prince's expression was also cold. He stared at Lin Xian. "How can a mere human come in? I advise you to stop. Otherwise, you'll die if you go any further." 1st prince. Lin Xian looked at him and smiled. "I'll also give you a reminder. The 1st princess has been crippled and poisoned. You'd better not follow in her footsteps. So, my advice to you is to get out of here quickly. You can still save your life. If you go any further, I'm afraid you'll end up worse than the 1st princess." "What did you say?" The 1st prince was furious when he heard that. He took a step forward, and his aura instantly erupted. To be honest, the 1st princess incident made him extremely angry. The 1st princess being crippled was worse than being killed. Moreover, she was poisoned. His mother was so angry that she was about to vomit blood. That was their scar, and they didn't allow others to mention it. But now, this human was acting so recklessly. I'll get rid of you now." The 1st prince slashed out with his saber, shattering the void. Lin Xian snorted coldly, not afraid at all. He used stellar transposition, and the saber light instantly turned around and attacked the 5th princess. The 5th princess was shocked and quickly retreated. A strand of hair floated down. The 5th princess' face was pale. The saber attack just now had almost cut her in half. What's going on? When the others saw this scene, they frowned. Wasn't this attack aimed at the human youth? Lin Xian also smiled. "It seems that you really can't take it anymore. Are you going to kill your own people?" Chapter 4184. You. The 1st prince's expression changed. "There was indeed something wrong with you. Brat, were you trying to frame me just now?" The 5th princess was furious. She was almost seriously injured just now. Lin Xian glanced at her and sneered. "Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of being framed by me?" Scram! The surrounding people were stunned. The 5th princess was so angry that she stomped her feet. What was going on? How dare this human be so arrogant? They didn't know that Lin Xian was wary of the 2 sage kings. But now, they were all from the younger generation. Lin Xian didn't have any qualms. If they provoked him, he would send them to hell. "7th sister, your friend is too unruly." The 5th princess looked at Qin Xianer and gritted her teeth. Qin Xianer smiled. he didn't follow the rules. Are you angry? If you're angry, then fight him to the death. Even if you tell me, it's useless. I can't control him either. Hearing this, the people on the Divine Empress side were furious. Damn it. He's doing it on purpose. Even the ninth prince frowned slightly. He also felt that Lin Xian was too arrogant. However, he didn't say anything. After all, Lin Xian was enemies with the Divine Empress. He could just sit back and watch. Buzz. At this moment, a series of footsteps came from the front, causing everyone to be stunned. Many people felt their hair stand on end. There was someone inside. Who was it? They looked over and realized that they were all together. Other than them, no one else had entered. Then who was inside? Was there anyone alive in Green Hill Cave? Lin Xian also frowned. His eyes flickered as he looked forward. In the next moment, he felt a strange force that bounced his gaze back. He quickly retracted his ocular technique. How strange. The first prince, the ninth prince, and the others also felt the same impact. Their faces turned pale. They couldn't detect it. It seemed that they could only wait. The footsteps were very low. Soon, a figure appeared in front of them. This was. The princes all widened their eyes. An old man walked out from the front. He also had 8 tails behind his back. Furthermore, the clothes he was wearing were extremely ancient. Qin Xianer was also surprised. She had seen such ancient clothes in ancient books. They were clothes from tens of thousands of years ago. No one was wearing it anymore, but this person was actually wearing it. Could it be that he was from tens of thousands of years ago? After Lin Xian heard this, he was also surprised. Sure enough, this old man was not ordinary. He was able to isolate himself from Lin Xian's soul probing. How could he be weak? The old man held a scepter in his hand. After he arrived, the aura he emitted caused the entire world to quiet down. You're finally here. The old man looked around, and a green light flashed in his eyes. There are actually more people than I expected. It seems that there are quite a few geniuses this time. May I know who senior is? The first prince cupped his fists and asked. The others were also puzzled. I am the messenger of Green Hill. I am here to guide you. Hearing this, the surrounding people were completely stunned. The emissary of Qingqiu. Where did this person come from? Could it be that there was really someone in Green Hill Cave? They didn't know. The fifth princess said that there were still members of the nine-tailed fox clan living in Green Hill Cave. Hearing this, the envoy coldly harumphed, and an extremely terrifying pressure spread out. His eyes were filled with arrogance and unruliness. Who allowed you to be so unreasonable? How dare you investigate the secrets of Green Hill Cave? The fifth princess spat out a mouthful of blood. She was almost killed by the pressure. In the next moment, her scalp went numb. Spare me, I won't do it again. I'll spare your life since it's your first offense. If you act impudently again, I'll destroy your soul. Everyone's scalp went numb when they heard the cold voice. Lin Xian also frowned. Although he didn't know the Green Hill Messenger and didn't know where he came from, he had seen the same gaze before. Back on planet Tianming, the Bronze Messenger had the same gaze. It was arrogant, as if he didn't care about them at all. Previously, Lin Xian thought that it was the difference in cultivation that brought about this kind of condescension. But after learning a bit of the Bronze Messenger's secret, he didn't think so. The origins of these people were very likely to be completely different from the two-star realm. Could it be that there was an even more terrifying secret behind Green Hill Cave? He didn't know. At this moment, the Green Hill Messenger looked at Lin Xian and suddenly froze. Why was there a human here? His eyes were filled with a hint of sharpness. When the others saw this, they sneered. This human kid is dead meat. That's for sure. How could he enter the territory of the Green Hill tribe? Even if the Sacred King agreed, he would definitely die now. Green Hill Messenger, this is my friend. Qin Xianer walked out. But in the next moment, she couldn't move. The Green Hill Messenger looked at her. Who do you think you are? Can your friend come in just because he's a human? Clearly, he didn't give anyone face at all. Qin Xianer's body trembled and she almost vomited blood. Lin Xian looked at her and shook his head slightly. Clearly, the Green Hill Messenger's strength was far above theirs. It was impossible for them to attack. Therefore, Lin Xian smiled and said, "Senior, I'm here because my identity is not ordinary." As he said that, he walked forward and cast an array formation that enveloped the two of them. Identity is not ordinary. What identity does he have? A human. The Green Hill Messenger's eyes were filled with disdain. On the other hand, Lin Xian's body sounded like the roar of a dragon. It was abnormally deep. The Green Hill Messenger's pupils constricted. Dragon. You're from the dragons. Senior, you're quite secretive. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. Alright, since you're from the dragons, I'll make an exception. Thank you, Senior. Lin Xian bowed, then he removed the array formation and left. He came back. The surrounding people were all stunned. How is it possible? He's not dead. Damn it, what did he say? The sixth prince asked. Sir Messenger, he's a human. You should kill him or at least chase him out. Humph. The Green Hill Messenger snorted coldly and looked at the sixth prince. Since when did you make decisions for me? The surrounding people were going crazy. A prince was killed just like that. Damn it, is this really their ancestor? Why is he so heartless? The others were trembling in fear and didn't dare to say anything else. Alright, follow me. Next, it's time to test you. As he said that, the Green Hill Messenger turned around and walked forward. The people behind him followed carefully. Qin Xianer asked carefully. How did you convince him? Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. I have my ways. The crowd walked through a long passage and didn't know where it led to. After walking for about half an hour, the Green Hill Messenger finally stopped. Alright, let's go in. There was a hazy light screen in front of them. Chapter 4185. In the next moment, they felt that their surroundings had changed. It was no longer a flash, but a boundless mountain range. How magical! It was actually a hidden space. This Green Hill cave was truly too mysterious. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He looked into the distance. It didn't seem like an illusion, but a real existence. He wondered if they were still in the second astral realm. However, Lin Xian was no stranger to this method of opening up space. Saints could do it, and as they got stronger, the space they could open up would be more perfect. In fact, they could even create a world later on. At this moment, he frowned. The others were still watching curiously, but Lin Xian said to Qin Xianer, "Hurry up and defend." Qin Xianer didn't feel any danger, but she still listened to Lin Xian. A rune appeared on her body and wrapped around her body. Lin Xian also activated his divine body. In the next moment, a wisp of faint mist flew over. Ah! Screams of agony rang out one after another. Some of the surrounding people were instantly hit and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. When the others saw this scene, they also exclaimed, "Oh no, it's poisonous. Hurry up and defend." They all activated their sync domains to defend, and for a moment, they were in a mess. Lin Xian, on the other hand, stared into the distance. He could feel the entire space trembling. Gradually, the others also sensed what it was. They could only hope to see into the distance. Soon, the ninth prince's pupils shrank. It was a demonic beast. And it was a fox demon. Indeed, they realized that countless black dots had appeared in the distance and were running. The aura was terrifying and boundless. At the same time, the mountain range they were in began to tremble violently. The rocks on the mountain fell and everyone soared into the air. Only then did they realize that this wasn't a mountain range. It was also a demonic beast. Its body was huge like a mountain, and no one knew how long it had been asleep. As a result, trees grew on its body and became a mountain range. Now that it had come back to life, it was truly earth-shattering. Roar! Roars rang out, and a terrifying demonic aura filled the sky. Everyone was fleeing frantically at this moment. Lin Xian and Qin Xian also transformed into streaks of light and flew away. At this moment, a voice rang out between heaven and earth. Those who could survive for 3 days in there would be considered to have passed this stage. This was the voice of the messenger. Everyone couldn't care less anymore. Damn it, this old guy didn't say anything before he came, and now he actually made them so passive. Wang! A demonic beast transformed from a 10,000 zhang tall mountain opened its mouth, forming a vortex that enveloped Lin Xian and the 4 people around him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He punched through the void and escaped. As for the others, only 3 of them managed to escape. The rest were all swallowed up. All sorts of screams rang out, and Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. They were all top-notch geniuses, but now, they had fallen so heartlessly. This method was too ruthless. "Let's split up first," Qin Xian transmitted. After all, this place was too chaotic. It was impossible for the 2 of them to meet. Lin Xian nodded, then rose into the air and flew into the distance. His speed was extremely fast, and he avoided those terrifying demonic foxes, arriving at a safe place. He heaved a sigh of relief. Damn it, this place was much more dangerous than he had imagined. The others had also escaped, and the demonic beasts were chasing after them. However, the few demonic beasts didn't leave at all. Later, Lin Xian realized that they were all chained up, and it was obvious that they were trapped here. They could only sleep or go berserk, but they couldn't leave this place. A day later, an earth-shattering sound rang out in the distance again. When Lin Xian heard it, he frowned. Could it be that someone had gone to provoke those demonic beasts again? He used his eye technique and looked over. As expected, he saw the crown prince escaping in a pathetic state. There was a fan on his body that protected him. Otherwise, he would have died long ago. This crown prince was really courting death, Lin Xian sneered. Suddenly, he froze. Wait, something wasn't right. This crown prince wouldn't be so stupid. He was obviously plotting something. Lin Xian carefully realized that these demonic beasts were guarding a skeleton. Could it be the skeleton of a real 9-tailed beast? Lin Xian was too shocked. He felt that there should be some secrets in it. Therefore, he prepared to go. Of course, he wouldn't fight with these demonic beasts head-on. He had the great dragon sword soul, and he immediately used it to simulate everything. He changed his aura to the same as the demonic beasts. At the same time, 9 tails appeared and he walked forward. To be honest, he was also nervous. He didn't know if he could deceive those demonic beasts. When the demonic beasts saw someone walking over, they immediately roared. However, when they saw Lin Xian's 9 tails and sensed the demonic fox aura on Lin Xian's body, they were puzzled. In the next moment, they actually laughed. Lin Xian's hair stood on end as he watched. The 10,000-foot-tall demonic beast revealed a sinister smile. It made one's scalp tingle. However, he still had to pretend to be calm. He continued to walk forward. It seemed that the great dragon sword soul was effective. Indeed, he arrived here safely. When the crown prince was escaping, he saw this scene and his eyes almost popped out. A human was actually not attacked. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was the genius of the royal family. But he was almost killed. And the human was actually able to pass through safely. Was this really the ancestral land of the Qingqiu clan? Why did it feel like it was the territory of humans? The 9th prince naturally saw it too. The other princes were also paying close attention. Even Qin Sienna was shocked. She felt that it was too unbelievable. Lin Xian didn't care at all. After he arrived safely, he began to look at the skeleton in front of him. It wasn't an ordinary skeleton. It was really the skeleton of a 9-tailed beast. Lin Xian obtained a trace of the 9-tailed clan's inheritance from it. This made him wild with joy. Because there were some techniques and keys to breaking through to the Holy Venerate realm. These were all precious experiences that Lin Xian needed the most right now. If he had these things, his chances of breaking through would be greatly increased. More importantly, there was an inner core in it. One could imagine the power contained in it. Lin Xian picked it up and swallowed it on the spot. He knew that if he took it out, he would definitely be hunted down endlessly. So, he might as well eat it now to increase his strength. When the crown prince, 5th princess, 9th prince and the others saw this scene, their eyes turned red. This was something left behind by their ancestor. It was prepared for them. If they ate it, their strength would definitely increase. They might even be able to increase their cultivation by a few hundred years. But now, it just had to benefit a human. Damn it. They absolutely couldn't let him have his way. The crown prince rushed over. The 9th prince thought for a moment and also rushed over. Chapter 4186. The 9th prince had a painting and a set of armor on his body. They were both extremely terrifying sacred weapons. As the top princes, they had a lot of resources and all of them took out top treasures. However, it was useless. The few greater demons roared and swept their tails, sending the two of them flying. The crown prince spat out blood and gritted his teeth. The others had originally wanted to give it a try. However, when they saw this scene, they all gave up. Damn it, when he comes out, we'll catch him and suck his blood dry. It's still effective. These people gritted their teeth. Lin Xian sat down and ate the inner core. There was a strong demonic aura on it, but he couldn't care less now. He used the dragon sword soul to destroy it while using the longevity art to absorb it. The absorption lasted for 3 days. After 3 days, everyone was teleported out and returned to the cave. Damn kid, go to hell. Seeing that Lin Xian was still absorbing, the crown prince was enraged and slashed at him. However, this time, a cold snort came from the void. The blade light shattered and the crown prince retreated. At the next moment, he came back to his senses. The person standing in front of him was the cold and emotionless envoy of the Nine Tails. He hurriedly said, "I didn't react. I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." The envoy of the Nine Tails snorted and looked at everyone. Then, he stared at Lin Xian and frowned. This kid was strange. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he said, "Very good, you guys have successfully passed this round. Follow me next." Everyone rose into the air and there were more than 100 people left. Now, there were only close to 100 people who had passed the first round. They didn't know how many people would pass in the end. Qin Xianer looked at this scene and sighed. She also transformed into a tail and wrapped it around Lin Xian and walked forward. It couldn't be helped. Lin Xian was still cultivating. This guy was so bold to cultivate in this place. Soon, they came to the second place. There was also a light screen in front. The envoy of Green Hill said, "There are no more restrictions. It's up to you how far you can go. Alright, let's go in now." At this point, a formation appeared in front of them. Everyone walked up to it. Qin Xianer led Lin Xian onto the formation as well. In the next moment, light flickered. When Qin Xianer reappeared, she took out the joyous union bell to defend herself. She heaved a sigh of relief when she realized that there were no enemies around. From the looks of it, this teleportation array could teleport people anywhere. That's great. Otherwise, it would be troublesome for her to bring this fellow along if they were surrounded. She turned her head and glanced at Lin Xian. Seeing that Lin Xian was still absorbing, Qin Xianer shook her head helplessly. It seemed like he had no choice but to bring him along. 2 days later, Qin Xianer frowned. There was actually someone blocking her path. Furthermore, to her surprise, it was not someone from their nine-tailed clan. Instead, it was another monstrous beast. How could this be? This was not their Green Autumn Cave. Only the people of the Green Hill clan should be able to enter. Of the others, only Lin Xian had entered. But now, to think that he would meet with other members of the demon race. This was way too unbelievable. How did these people get in? Were they originally from this world? Very good. And they're from the Nine-Tailed clan. Our luck is really good. When the two figures in front saw this, they smiled. Both of them were emanating a monstrous aura. It was impossible to tell what race they were from. However, the information was unusually strong. One of them stretched out his palm and grabbed at the front. Qin Xianer scoffed coldly. The joyous union bell shook and a sound wave attack rushed out. That person hugged his head and screamed. Damn it! She knew soul attacks. Catch her. Do it. The other person spat out a blue bead that floated above his head. Then, his face turned menacing. In a flash, he appeared before Qin Xianer. To think that he had someone else with him. Do you think that you can escape from our hands with a piece of trash? You're too naive. Boom. Boom. Qin Xianer executed her mystic skills and fought with him. Her jade-like hands slapped out with extremely strong soul attacks. To be honest, Qin Xianer was also a genius on the pilgrim role. She was extremely strong. Furthermore, she was attacking with her full strength. However, to her surprise, the two of them were not weak either. They were both on the pilgrim role. What kind of person was this? However, on second thought, they must be extraordinary to be able to come here. At the thought of this, she snorted coldly and activated her nine-tailed bloodline. At the same time, she took out her guqin and played it forward. Buzz! Heavenly music filled the air and the great Tao intertwined, tearing one of them apart. The other person was also hit by her eye technique and his soul was shattered. Humph. Qin Xian'er snorted coldly. She did not expect this battle to consume so much of her energy. It seemed like she had to be more careful in the future. How dare you kill one of our people? At this moment, someone flew over quickly from afar. Thunder was surging on their bodies. Following this, 4 figures descended from the sky. When they saw this scene, their faces were extremely cold. Nine-tailed Fox Clan. Humph, they were courting death. Qin Xian'er frowned. What terrifying lightning. Could it be the Thundersky Sparrow Clan? This was also a terrifying mutated species that had been passed down since ancient times. How could they come here? What was this place? Buzz. Boom. Boom. At this moment, the ground shattered and the sky sank. Terrifying figures appeared on the mountain path. The auras on their bodies were abnormally terrifying. Even Qin Xian'er's face changed. What a terrifying power. Qin Xian'er's soul attack was an illusion and her physique was not strong. At this moment, she summoned a set of armor to protect her body. Boom! 3 huge figures appeared around her. They were like huge mountains. When the Thundersky Sparrow saw this scene, he frowned slightly. The Immemorial Bull Clan. When the 3 powerful beings arrived, they stared at Qin Xian'er. Their eyes were burning with passion. 7 tails. What a pure bloodline. Just nice to bring back. The 3 of them looked cold. Damn it. Aren't you afraid of the 9-tailed Fox Clan's revenge? Qin Xian'er's face was cold. In this place, life and death were up to fate. No one could interfere. Even if we were to take action, the 9-tailed clan would not know. Oh, it's really lively. At this moment, a voice sounded. The Thundersky Sparrow Clan and the Immemorial Bull Clan turned around and frowned. Are there more 9-tailed clan members here? Qin Xian'er was originally happy. But when she heard this voice, her face changed. She cursed in her heart. Not good. The person who came was the 5th princess. She was on the side of the Saint Queen. Indeed, the 5th princess came with 3 figures. After she arrived, she laughed coquettishly. Don't worry, I'm not here to save her. Chapter 4187. My 7th sister has an extraordinary bloodline. Furthermore, she's an expert in soul illusions. If you fight with her, I'm afraid your soul will suffer a great impact. However, I can help you block the soul attack. Infighting. The people from the Thundersky Sparrow tribe and the Immemorial Yak tribe laughed when they saw this. Indeed, they were wary of Qin Xian'er's soul attack before, but they had nothing to worry about now. Alright, thank you, fairy. The 5th princess nodded. Then, she and the 3 people behind her attacked together. Phantoms of the 9-tailed demon fox appeared on their bodies. They stood in 4 different directions and formed a huge illusion array that enveloped the entire area. Let's start. We'll help you block the soul attack. As the 5th princess finished speaking, the 4 experts of the Thundersky Sparrow clan roared. The lightning on their bodies lit up the 9 heavens and 10 lands. They rushed over quickly. Qin Xian'er's expression changed. She instantly moved the joyous bell to block the attack. At the same time, the 5th princess and the others also activated the array to weaken the sound wave attack. In the next moment, the 4 experts of the Thundersky Sparrow clan were already in front of Qin Xian'er. 4 thunder claws appeared in their hands and they wanted to envelop her. Qin Xian'er was like a ghost. She dodged quickly. She dodged the attack. At the same time, she waved her hand. Endless laws gathered and formed a black hole that guided all the thunderclaws into it. Only then did she manage to dodge the attack. Interesting. I didn't expect you to be so strong. The 4 experts of the Thundersky Sparrow clan were surprised. It seemed that she was indeed a top genius. Boom. At this moment, 3 horrifying voices rang out, and the terrifying power tore the void apart. Qin Xianer felt the space around her tense up. It was as if she was being suppressed. Not good. The immemorial Yak clan experts have attacked. She didn't take the attack head-on. She moved to the extreme and dodged the attack. At the same time, the joyous bell shook. Then, it played the heavenly sound. The sound wave attack strongly interfered with the souls of these people. Roar. The people of the immemorial Yak clan roared to the sky. They also used sound waves to fight back. At this moment, the 5th princess and the others also attacked crazily. Phantoms of the demon fox covered the sky and attacked Qin Xianer. At this moment, no matter how powerful Qin Xianer was, she was still suppressed. There was nothing he could do about it. The 2 ancient races were too strong, and there was also the interference of the 5th princess and the others. Moreover, he still had to protect Lin Xian. Thus, he kept retreating, and was even injured. The 5th princess was also surprised. She could not believe that such a lineup could not take down the other party. Damn it, I have to get rid of him today. Qin Xianer's talent terrified her. She would not give him another chance to live. The fox howls to the world. The 5th princess and the others snorted coldly and quickly formed hand seals. Their bloodline power was activated madly. Each of them had an illusory figure roaring towards the sky. This cry directly impacted Qin Xianer's soul. Qin Xianer also condensed a fox phantom on her body. At the same time, she kept swaying with the bell to resist the attack. Despite facing 4 opponents at once, she was still able to hold her ground. From this, one could easily imagine how fearsome her bloodline was. The 5th princess was extremely jealous. She roared, "Why don't you do it?" The experts of the Thundersky Sparrow and the primordial Mangox attacked madly. Qin Xianer was suppressed once again. The 5th princess said that she brought another person with her to attack that guy. A sleeping guy who doesn't know what's good for him. The expert of the primordial Mangox snorted coldly and directly emerged from the ground. He grabbed towards Lin Xian with one hand. At the same time, the Thundersky Sparrow and the other 3 slashed out 4 lightning swords. It was like a heavenly tribulation. 3 of them attacked Qin Xianer, while 1 attacked Lin Xian. Qin Xianer also wanted to win, but she was enduring more attacks than Lin Xian. She could only defend. As for Lin Xian, he was sent flying by the palm and the lightning and directly smashed into a mountain. He was just an ant, yet he had been killed so easily. It was better to deal with this. The 2 experts of the primordial race ignored him. Qin Xianer also exclaimed. Although Lin Xian's physique was strong, he would not go berserk if he was disturbed during cultivation, right? She was extremely worried. Within the mountain range, a loud explosion could be heard. A few of the mountain peaks suddenly split open, and a figure walked out from within. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with endless coldness. Who was disturbing his cultivation? In the next moment, he saw Qin Xianer being surrounded by so many minor saints. He immediately understood. Qin Xianer probably could not protect him in such a situation. Who attacked just now? Lin Xian asked coldly. He didn't die. A young man of the Thundersky Sparrow race was stunned. On the other side, the tall primordial Mang Ox also said. To be able to survive in my hands, it's interesting. So it's you guys. Lin Xian stared at the huge body and threw out a punch. You're courting death. Do you dare to compete with me in strength? The primordial Mang Ox sneered and slapped its palm down. The difference between the two's fists was too big. Everyone even thought that Lin Xian would probably be killed instantly. Boom! An earth-shattering rumble was heard. Everyone had a cold smile on their faces. But soon, they were stunned. This was because the primordial Mang Ox expert was sent flying. Cracks appeared on its huge body. Then, it exploded into a blood mist. How is this possible? At this moment, everyone was stunned. The fifth princess was so scared that her face turned pale. That was the primordial Mang Ox tribe, which was known for its great strength and strong physique. No one dared to fight it in close combat. But now, it was destroyed by a human youth with a single punch. Damn it! Kill him! The other two experts of the primordial Mang Ox tribe also shouted angrily. One of their fists smashed down like a heavenly hammer. The other one pulled out two mountains and mercilessly smashed them down. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian threw two punches at the sky and collided with the two experts. Another earth-shattering sound was heard. Then, the two experts were also beaten into a blood mist. 3 primordial Mang Ox experts were killed in 3 moves. This really shocked everyone. Qin Xiener heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, her face was full of shock. This guy's strength has become stronger again. Let's go. When the 4 experts of the Thunder Sky Sparrow tribe saw this scene, their hair stood on end. They did not expect this young man, who had been in a deep sleep, to be so terrifying. They flew and soared into the sky. Lin Xian stared at the 4 of them. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? He stomped his foot and turned into a ray of sword light and rushed over. Let's go. The 4 experts of the Thunder Sky Sparrow tribe also turned into lightning and soared into the sky. As lightning-based experts, their speed was unparalleled. But in an instant, the 4 of them felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They were blocked by a ray of light. Since you attacked me, you have to bear my wrath. Go to hell. The light on Lin Xian's body was unusually cold. Chapter 4188. He is so fast that he is able to stop us. The faces of the Thunder Sky Sparrow clan's experts turned ugly. Damn it, let's fight it out with him. Thunder and lightning surrounded the 4 of them. They did not believe that Lin Fan would be able to fight against the 4 of them. Lin Xian sneered and a terrifying power surged out of his body. He raised his palm and a terrifying golden radiance lit up the entire sky. A sword slashed across the sky and split the heavens and earth apart. When the sword radiance disappeared, the bodies of the 4 Thunder Sky Sparrow clan's experts were smashed into pieces. Their souls were destroyed in an instant. The 4 of them did not believe that Lin Fan could kill them in one move. How could this be? The 5th princess and the others were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Some of them even knelt on the ground. Lin Xian looked at them and said coldly, I spared your lives at Linglong Valley last time, but you are still so reckless. Since this is the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Xian walked towards them. Quick, kill him. The 5th princess shouted angrily. She waved her hand and her tail pushed the 3 people beside her away. He then turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. It seemed that he was going to sacrifice the lives of his teammates. The three of them cursed in their hearts, but Lin Fan's sword radiance was already slashing towards them. They could only block the sword radiance frantically. However, it was useless. How could they block Lin Xian's sword radiance? The three geniuses of the Fox clan were also killed by Lin Fan's sword radiance. At this moment, the fifth princess had already fled far away by taking advantage of the time difference. A smile appeared on her face. Great, I've finally escaped. When I get back, I have to tell my elder brother that Lin Fan is too terrifying. I have to gather more experts. However, she heard a dragon's roar coming from behind her. Then, a sword radiance slashed across the sky. The fifth princess' body stopped in midair. Her pupils became dilated and she felt that her vitality was draining away. In the next moment, when she lowered her head, she realized that her body had disappeared. She had turned into a blood mist. How could this be? She had already escaped, but Lin Fan still managed to kill her. No! Crack! With a shriek, her soul shattered with a loud bang. Everything was settled. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he collected their storage rings. Then, he turned to Qin Xianer and asked, "Are you all right?" Qin Xianer shook her head. She was fine, but she had used up too much energy. As she spoke, she swallowed the pill. At the same time, her face was filled with astonishment. "You brat, what level have you reached now?" To be honest, she couldn't see through him. Lin Xian said that he was still in the late Little Saint realm and had yet to make a breakthrough. That inner core of his was equivalent to 100 years of bitter cultivation. Only 100 years. Impossible. Qin Xianer was shocked. Wasn't that something left behind by the nine-tailed fox? Lin Xian said, "That's true, but it's been too long, so I've used up some of my energy. If it was someone from the Fox clan, if they swallowed it, it would be worth over 800 years of cultivation. But for me, it's only worth 100 years. Lin Xian also sighed. There was nothing he could do. He had too many things that required strength. However, 100 years was already enough to make him very happy. You're really heaven-defying. Qin Xianer was speechless. To be honest, she was also a blessed girl. She had even entered the pilgrim list long ago. But now, she realized that she couldn't be compared to this rising star. The speed of his growth had far exceeded her expectations. She couldn't imagine that there was someone in the world who could cultivate like this. Let's go. The two of them soared into the sky and left this place. For the next few days, they shuttled through this space. However, on this day, a violent tremor came from afar. The energy fluctuation was very strong. Lin Xian and Qin Xianer both stopped in their tracks. They looked into the distance in bewilderment. There might be treasures in that place. Lin Xian observed for a while and said in a deep voice. Qin Xianer sensed for a while and said, "I can't feel the aura of the Fox clan. So it shouldn't be something unique to the nine-tailed fox. But let's go and take a look." The two of them discussed for a while and then flew towards the place where the energy fluctuation came from. As they got closer, they felt that the energy fluctuation was getting stronger. In the end, even they were shocked. What was in front of them? Finally, they landed on a mountain peak and didn't continue forward. The pressure here was extremely strong. Even if they wanted to go forward, they would have to use some means. Lin Xian also discovered that there were figures moving around in the surrounding mountains. They didn't seem to be the only ones. Some of them had extremely terrifying auras. They weren't from the nine-tailed clan. Lin Xian frowned. What in the world was going on? Wasn't this Green Hill Cave? Why were there other people? The appearance of the Thundersky Sparrow clan previously was already surprising to him. Qin Xian'er shook her head. I don't know either. There are very few records about Green Hill Cave. It seems that even if one enters, there isn't any news. I wonder why. Since that was the case, it seemed that this space shouldn't be exclusive to the Nine-Tailed clan. Perhaps this was a space for training. If the Nine-Tailed clan could send geniuses here, other forces could do the same as well. At this moment, more than 20 figures soared into the sky from a mountain peak and flew forward. These people were extremely fast. Their bodies were covered in flames. It seemed that they wanted to force their way through. The others had the same thought as well. However, Lin Xian's eyes sparkled. He would let them scout the way first. When the 20 or so people arrived in front of them, a black claw suddenly tore through the void and fell down, covering the sky and covering the earth. It sent all 20 of them flying. Half of them were directly turned into a bloody mist. The other half were also seriously injured and scattered all over the place. That single strike was horrifying. It was way too strong. When the surrounding people saw this, they gasped. It seemed that they couldn't head to that place easily. In fact, some of them even found a mountain peak and sat down cross-legged to absorb the power before them. Even though it was far away, it was still better than other places. Following that, more and more people rushed over, which surprised Qin Xian'er. What was up ahead? However, she had also absorbed some of it over the past few days. She felt that it was extremely beneficial for her cultivation. The pressure was enough to temper her body. Qin Xian'er's body wasn't all that strong. However, she could clearly feel that her body and strength had increased over the past few days. It should be the result of the pressure. On this day, more people rushed over. They brought with them a torrential phantom of nine-tailed claw and a murderous aura. The people of the Nine-Tailed clan had arrived. The eyes of many people on the mountain peaks flickered. Lin Xian's side frowned slightly. The first prince had arrived with some powerful Nine-Tailed clan geniuses. Chapter 4189. After the crown prince arrived, his face was filled with shock. The power here was terrifying. He saw countless figures on the mountain peaks. When he saw a mountain peak, he sneered. To think that he could make it here alive. The next moment, he flew towards that mountain peak. When he arrived above the 9 heavens, he looked down. Human, your good days are over. Come over obediently, kneel down, kowtow to me and beg for mercy. I'm in a good mood and will leave your corpse intact. His voice rumbled like thunder as a terrifying killing intent filled the world. Many people were moved. This was a top expert. Qin Xian'er was surprised as well. She said that the crown prince was stronger than before. Seemed like he had some fortuitous encounters these days. Indeed, the crown prince's strength had increased again. This made him overjoyed. Now that he was going to kill this human, he would have nothing to worry about. If you want to die, come over. Otherwise, scram. Lin Xian glanced at the other party and said coldly. Who was this brat? How could he be so arrogant? A human dared to challenge the crown prince of the Nine-Tail race. He was really courting death. The person beside that person should be someone from the Nine-Tail race as well. By the looks of it, his bloodline was extraordinary. The people on the surrounding mountain peaks whispered. Many people felt that a good show was about to begin. Courting death. Let me kill him. The 6th prince rushed over. A long spear appeared in his hand. As he danced, it turned into countless spear lights that pierced through the world. The long spear carried with it an extremely terrifying law of water, causing torrential water to drown the entire mountain peak. Lin Xian snorted coldly and punched out. With a crack, the seawater in the sky exploded. The terrifying spear lights were all shattered. This attack directly broke the long spear into two halves. The sixth prince was sent flying while vomiting blood. Half of his body was shattered. So strong. The people on the surrounding mountain peaks were also shocked. What kind of physique was that? Wasn't he too strong? Indeed, the crown prince and the others were also shocked. That physique was beyond their expectations. The sixth prince screamed in fright and wanted to escape. However, Lin Xian said, "Stay." He waved his hand and the 9 suns divine fire flew out, turning into a golden crow that charged at the sixth prince. It burned him to ashes. You actually killed old Six." The people of the 9-tailed tribe were all stunned. This was a prince, how could the other party dare to kill him? "Brat, you're dead meat." The first prince gritted his teeth. Lin Xian sneered. Just like that, he couldn't take it anymore. "If you dare to attack again, I'll kill all of you." Arrogant, really too arrogant. Boom. Boom. Just then, countless red sword lights flashed in another part of the sky, as if it had turned into a sea of blood. The terrifying killing intent made people's scalps tingle. A group of red foxes descended. Their auras were unparalleled. The first prince smiled when he saw this. Qin Xianer's expression changed. Not good. They were from the Red Fox Manor. They were the people of the Red Fox Saint Venerable. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw them. Did these people come as well? On the other side, the experts from the Third Elder's clan had also arrived. The powerful appearance of the 3 forces completely surrounded Lin Xian. "Brat, today is the day you die." These people were filled with killing intent. What did this brat do to provoke so many experts of the 9-tailed tribe? Could it be because of that woman? The people on the surrounding peaks whispered. When Lin Xian saw this, he threw his head back and roared with laughter. This was interesting. He stood up, and a sharp light burst out from his eyes. In the next moment, endless light appeared on his body, and he seemed to have turned into a god of war. He stomped his feet and soared into the sky. Buzz! In an instant, he arrived in the sky and slapped out towards the experts from the Third Elder's clan. In an instant, more than 10 people were completely covered. The power on his palm, together with the aura of the divine fire, burned a part of the world. Damn it, how dare you underestimate us! The people on the Third Elder's side roared crazily as they attacked with endless divine skills. However, they couldn't block it at all. With a single slap, more than 10 people were instantly turned into a bloody mist. The other people were also sent flying as they vomited mouthfuls of blood. Was he that strong? The first prince and the others were shocked again. The people on the surrounding mountain peaks also shuddered. They remembered that not long ago, the black beast claw that appeared in front of them was so terrifying. What kind of physique did this person have? Could it be some super physique that was passed down from ancient times? Damn it! In the bloody mist that filled the sky, a figure charged out. He held a long green saber in his hand, and there were green flames dancing on it. His name was Hui Dao. He was an even more terrifying genius expert than Hu Donglai. He was also older than Hu Donglai, and he was the one who led the way this time. Who would have thought that they would suffer heavy losses as soon as they met? The apocalyptic saber. Hu Dao roared angrily, and the saber light bloomed. With a supreme domineering aura, it slashed towards Lin Xian like a divine path. This attack caused countless people to scream. It was too powerful. It was a good opportunity to attack together. The people from the Red Fox Manor also attacked. 16 figures held killing swords dripping with blood in their hands and rushed out. The killing aura made people's souls tremble. Although everyone was a nine-tailed fox, they cultivated different types. For example, the third elder cultivated the fire elemental laws. As for the Red Fox Manor, they cultivated the slaughter elemental laws, and it had a spiritual impact. Qin Xianer specialized in soul illusions. Of course, the common point was that the nine-tailed clan's soul illusions and speed were stronger than the other clans. Lin Xian faced the apocalyptic saber, and 16 blood-red killing swords appeared around him. It could be said that he was in a dangerous situation again. The first prince narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he did not need to do anything. Buzz buzz buzz. Lin Xian took a deep breath, and endless sword lights surrounded his body. He activated the sect returning swords, and at the same time, the Heavenly Dipper sword flew out. 36 battle swords swept across the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Boom boom. Boom boom. 16 battle swords collided with the killing swords, and the remaining battle swords attacked the apocalyptic saber. Earth-shattering collision sounds rang out, and the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Retreat quickly. The people on the surrounding mountain peaks also frantically retreated. The aftermath of this energy had already affected them. Puff puff puff. After one strike, the void was split open, and the 16 killing swords were shattered. The 16 Red Fox clan experts were also struck between their eyebrows, and their souls were destroyed on the spot. The apocalyptic saber was also sent flying. The surrounding people were stunned. Was this guy really a minor saint? Why did he feel that he was so terrifying? Damn it! Seeing this scene, the first prince's pupils shrank. He knew that he could no longer watch the battle. He had to take action. In the next moment, his figure swayed, and the void shattered. He appeared above Lin Xian and slammed his palm down. His palm was also pitch black, and it carried a violent force. There was a trace of poison on his palm. It seemed that other than the law of strength, there was also the law of poison. Looking at the other party's movement technique, it was obvious that he also had the law of wind. One had to admit that the first prince was indeed very powerful. Boom! As the attack landed, the void continued to collapse. The surrounding people were shocked. Was he hit? However, the first prince frowned. He did hit, but it was just an afterimage. The other party's speed also shocked him. In the next moment, he turned around and slammed his palm down. A beam of sword light was sent flying by him. His entire palm cracked, and the cracks spread to his arm. Then, one of his arms was chopped off. Was the first prince injured in just one move? This was impossible. The princes and princesses in the distance screamed. Hui Dao's face turned ugly. To be honest, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't defeat the first prince. But now, the first prince was injured. He turned around and fled. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Half of the Heavenly Dipper sword chased after Hui Dao and surrounded him tightly. Hui Dao slammed the apocalyptic saber on the Heavenly Dipper sword. The law of 5 elements appeared on the Heavenly Dipper sword. It grew and multiplied endlessly, blocking the destructive force. The first prince said coldly, "You've already used all your strength to fight against Hui Dao. Do you still have the strength to fight against me? Don't worry, that's just one of my laws. It's more than enough to deal with you." On Lin Xian's left hand, endless black laws gathered and formed a black chain. When the first prince saw this aura, his pupils shrank. Although they were both black laws, his was the law of poison. On the other hand, the aura of the other party's law made him feel uncomfortable. Damn it, what kind of law is this? Just as he was guessing, Hui Dao screamed in pain. The heavenly dipper sword pierced through his body and nailed him in the sky. What? Was he killed? The first prince was stunned. How could it be so fast? Damn it, the people brought by the third elder were all killed. There's no one on the Red Fox Manor's side. Could it be that he's the only one left? Why? Are you afraid? If you're afraid, kneel down and kowtow to me. Beg me for mercy. If I'm in a good mood, I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Lin Xian repeated the man's words back to him, word for word. The first prince's face was extremely ugly. Previously, he thought that he had set up an inescapable trap. Who would have thought that no matter how perfect his plan was, it would be so weak in the face of absolute power? It seemed like he could only give it his all and fight with his back to the wall. Fortunately, he had brought his trump card this time. Boz. The first prince took out a fan. It was not a folding fan. Instead, it was a circular fan. There was a figure on the fan with his back facing everyone. This is... Qin Siener exclaimed. Glass fan. This is the Saint Empress weapon. He actually brought it here. The others also exclaimed. Saint Empress. Could it be the Saint King's weapon? The first prince laughed loudly. Do you think I don't have a trump card? I've made ample preparations for this. With the Saint King's weapon in hand, how are you going to fight me? The Saint King's weapon. Lin Xian frowned. It was indeed troublesome. However, his strength had increased greatly. Moreover, his opponent was just a minor saint. He couldn't unleash the full power of the Saint King's weapon. Is this your trump card? It really surprised me, but it's not enough to kill me. Humph, you're courting death. How dare you talk big? The first prince snorted. The geniuses behind him sneered as well. This weapon could even kill a Saint Venerable. How could it not kill him? Today, I'll show you what true strength is. The first prince activated the glass fan in his hand. The fan emitted a boundless radiance, and the figure on the fan seemed to come to life. Buzz! An endless storm blew. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The surrounding 100,000 mountains instantly collapsed. Run! The people who were watching the battle frantically fled. Even some of the more powerful figures also retreated. Qin Siener also resisted with difficulty. Lin Xian pulled her and used the void escape to dodge the attack. The place where they were standing was completely destroyed. Everything no longer existed. The first prince smiled proudly. How was it? Kid, it was just a casual attack. Can you withstand it? Chapter 4190. Damn it, I didn't expect this guy to bring a Saint King's weapon. Qin Siener's expression was ugly. She said, why don't we retreat first and attack when there's a chance? Lin Xian said, this is the best chance. I'm afraid he'll run away. Lin Xian wasn't afraid of the other party. If it was a Saint Venerable with a Saint King's weapon, it might be troublesome. But for the other party, he had plenty of ways. He also had the illusionary divine furnace. Moreover, he had the illusion leaf that could instantly pull the other party's soul closer. Therefore, Lin Xian took a deep breath and prepared to attack. However, at this moment, a crazy roar came from the terrifying mountain range in front of him. Following that, a huge black palm covered the entire sky. Endless nomological laws poured down from the palm and enveloped the glazed fan. The first prince tried to block it, but he was instantly sent flying and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. The glass fan kept bobbing up and down. The figure on it seemed to have come alive. He stretched out a white jade palm and collided with the black claw. After 3 consecutive collisions, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The entire world seemed to have exploded. Then, the white jade palm disappeared and many black seals appeared on the glass fan. What's going on? The surrounding people were stunned. Someone exclaimed, could it be sealed? This place was terrifying. There was definitely a supreme existence in front of them. Perhaps he didn't allow the power of a Saint King to appear, so he sealed the Saint King's weapon. Indeed, the first prince ran over and found that the wandering fan was indeed sealed. Its power was not as strong as before. Damn it, why is it like this? The first prince gritted his teeth. He didn't expect this place to be so strange. Lin Xian laughed. He wanted to use his trump card to deal with the first prince, but it seemed that there was no need. Indeed, the seal of the illusion leaf could only be used 3 times. He had already used it once. There was no need to waste it on the first prince. Kill! With a roar, Lin Xian turned into a ray of light and rushed out. You're courting death. Even if it's sealed, it's not something you can resist. The first prince roared and waved the wandering fan to fight. The 2 of them instantly fought. Endless light and storms swept across the 9 heavens, and the surrounding people felt their scalps go numb. The strength of these 2 people had probably far surpassed them. Especially that human youth. He was too strong. Where did he come from? Why hadn't they heard of it before? The first prince had an ugly look on his face. Although it had been sealed, it was still not something that an ordinary sacred artifact could compare to. Even the Holy Master would not dare to take it head-on. However, the other party's physique was like an indestructible body, resisting the attack head-on. They fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Damn it, even the purple dragon's physique isn't that strong. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Xian's fists continued to swing, and they were like suns that were being split apart. Since no one here could recognize him, he wasn't afraid of using his divine body. The windstorm from the wandering fan could be blocked, but Lin Xian's attack was simply too fast. The first prince trembled and vomited blood. It looked like he was about to explode. At that moment, a blood-red killing sword appeared between the heavens and the earth once again, piercing towards Lin Xian's forehead. The sand sword was really too strong. It instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian was shocked. Was there a mortal world killer here? The first prince revealed a sinister smile. He knew that the Red Devil Fox was here. The Red Devil Fox was a top expert in the Red Fox Manor. Previously, when the 16 geniuses of the Red Fox Manor were killed, there was no Red Devil Fox. The first prince thought that the other party had escaped. He didn't expect that the other party would attack at the most critical moment. Pfft. Lin Xian couldn't dodge this attack, but he didn't. He opened his mouth and spat out a sword chi. It was a dragon-shaped sword chi that swept across the 9 heavens. With a clang, it collided with the killing sword. In the next moment, the killing sword was sent flying, and the blurry shadow was instantly pierced through. Impossible! The first prince screamed. The injured shadow did the same. With a swing of its tail, it disappeared without a trace. Was it the nine-tailed fox again? It seemed like it was an assassin like the hidden fox. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Previously, he thought that no one would attack, but now, he activated his heavenly secret god eyes. As expected, he found that the other party hadn't left. Still trying to sneak attack. He sneered and spat out another sword chi. This time, the sword chi was surrounded by terrifying thunder and arrived in front of him in an instant. When the sword fell, it exploded for thousands of miles and completely destroyed the place. A scream rang out in the void. A figure rushed out, but after taking 2 steps, his body exploded into a bloody mist. He was dead. The surrounding people were horrified. The nine-tailed tribe was such a terrifying assassination genius, but he was killed by 2 swords. Next time, it'll be you. Lin Xian snorted and attacked the first prince again. He used the 36 battle swords, and with the power of 10,000 ancestral swords, he kept attacking. The first prince resisted with difficulty. He said, "Go." He soared into the sky, wanting to leave. But in the next moment, his body trembled. He saw a pair of golden eyes in the void looking down at him. His soul was instantly attacked, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Not good, it's a soul attack. The first prince tried to resist, but in the next moment, one of his arms flew out because the storm he created was directly attacking him. This was Lin Xian's stellar transposition. At this moment, he didn't hold back. The glass fan was kicked away by him, and then he used the law of death crazily to envelop his opponent. The first prince roared ferociously. His soul was instantly unsheathed, and his body turned into a pile of bones. He was terrified, and wanted to escape and fuse with the glass fan. The glass fan also swept out crazily. The figure with his back facing everyone once again stretched out a white jade palm. However, the black law on it kept suppressing. The glass fan swayed in the sky. When Lin Xian saw this, he took out the sacred furnace of nothingness and blasted it on the glass fan. Then, he used the heavenly secret divine eyes to envelop the first prince's soul. The first prince was burned by the flames, and he screamed in horror, and finally disappeared. Was he dead? The terrifying first prince had actually been killed. Everyone was shocked, and at this moment, they felt that it was unreal. The glass fan exploded with power, and it sent the divine furnace of nothingness flying. Then, it tore open the void and disappeared. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He kept the divine furnace of nothingness. He looked around, and the people around him felt their scalps go numb. What a joke! Those who had attacked had all been killed, including a top-notch expert like the first prince. Who else would dare to attack? Qin Xianer was also surprised. She knew that when she returned, the Divine Empress would be completely furious. This time, the top geniuses on the Divine Empress side were almost all killed. The first princess was crippled, and the first prince was killed. She would probably go crazy. Lin Xian didn't spare the people that the first prince brought. He used his battle sword to pierce through their bodies, killing them all. Chapter 4191. Next, Lin Yuan and Qin Xianer found another empty space and sat down cross-legged, beginning to cultivate and absorb the power in front of them. As for the others, they were unable to calm down. These people also began to cultivate, but they were all very far away from Lin Xian and did not dare to provoke him. At this moment, someone walked over. His footsteps were very steady, and there were great paths intertwining under his feet. When Lin Xian saw this, a sharp light bloomed in his eyes. Was someone going to attack again? Seeing that Lin Xian's aura gradually became cold, the figure also said, "Brother, don't worry, I'm not attacking you. I see that you're very strong, and I want to be friends with you." Hearing this, Lin Xian was also stunned, but he realized that there was indeed no killing intent from the other party. He nodded, "You're too polite. My name is Guan Sanghai, and I'm a member of Sanghai Palace. I wonder what kind of physique brother's physique is. It's actually so strong. I'm cultivating randomly, and I've consumed some heavenly treasures in the past." Lin Xian smiled. He could not reveal his identity now, so he continued to use the identity of Sword Fanatic. "You can call me Sword Fanatic." Guan Sanghai's eyes flickered, Sword Fanatic. He recalled carefully and realized that he had never heard of this name. He asked, "I don't know which force you're from." "I'm from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, and I'm the son-in-law of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan." Guan Sanghai was speechless after hearing this, the son-in-law of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. "Are you kidding me? The geniuses of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan are about to be killed by you, and you still dare to return to the Nine-Tailed Fox clan?" However, he also knew that it was normal for the other party to hide something when meeting for the first time. Therefore, he did not ask further. Instead, he said, "Sword Fanatic, I wonder if you're interested in what's ahead. If there's a chance, we can work together." It seemed that the other party was about to make a move. Lin Xian sensed for a while, and his eyes flickered. He said, "This matter has to wait, and I'll study it. If I really want to go, I'll definitely work together with you. Then I won't disturb you." "Guan Sanghai, I'm leaving." The next few days were very peaceful. These people advanced in an orderly manner, and then sat, and began to absorb and refine the power. After a while, someone finally couldn't take it anymore. This time, the one who stood up was a tall man who looked like a giant. He said coldly, "Everyone, could it be that you all wanted to absorb the energy outside? Although the power here wasn't bad, it couldn't be compared to the power inside. Why don't we work together and fight our way in?" Perhaps there was still a chance. After the others heard this, some of them stood up and said that they had to fight for their own opportunities. Otherwise, they would have no chance at all. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he looked at the tall man leading the group. This person's physique was very strong. He was much stronger than the ancient barbaric bull he had encountered before. He didn't know which force it was. At this moment, Guan Sanghai walked over and said, "Brother Sword Maniac, what do you think?" All right, they could give it a try. Then, the three of them prepared to set off. As for the others, some chose to join in, while some chose to watch from the sidelines. From the looks of it, they wanted to take advantage of the situation. There were even some experts hiding among them. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Those experts would definitely make a move when they saw that there was profit to be made. As for those who wanted to sit back and reap the benefits, that would depend on whether they had the strength to do so. Boz. The man in the lead strode forward. He really looked like a Kwafu giant. He crossed countless mountains with one step. Behind him, Guan Sanghai looked at the figure and said, "He's from the giant's spiritual mansion. His name is Pang Yamo. He's also a close combat power type. Brother, if you have the chance, you can spar with him." Giant spiritual mansion. Lin Xian was surprised. This person's physique was indeed very strong. He probably had a special bloodline. While they were talking, these people had already reached the front. Then, they felt the violent impact of the storm, as if it was going to tear their bodies apart. Those people propped up their saint domains one after another and roared at the front. They tore the storm apart with a palm and strode in. He didn't need to use his saint domain at all. He didn't even need to use his laws. Just the strength of his physique was enough. The others couldn't do it at all. However, those who could come here were all experts. Physique wasn't their strong point, but their laws were indeed terrifying. One after another, nomological abilities allowed them to withstand this terrifying storm of power. Endless water gushed out from Guan Sanghai's body and wrapped him up. The power hit the water and caused ripples, but it couldn't hurt him at all. On Qin Xianer's side, the joyous Union Bell formed a sound wave armor. Lin Xian didn't use any defense either. His nine-yang divine body wasn't inferior to anything. The three of them were also in the group, striding forward. Boz! The mountain range ahead trembled again, and a black shadow appeared. Everyone stopped in their tracks. Their scalps were numb. After all, the black palm from before was able to seal the weapon of a Saint King. Its strength was heaven-defying. Now that it appeared again, it made everyone feel terrified. The huge black palm didn't attack them. It just stood there like a demonic mountain. There were countless black runes pressing down from above. These runes covered the sky and covered the earth like raindrops. Although it looked small, it was said that the strength it carried was terrifying. It could easily pierce through a small saint. We might be separated later. Be careful. Lin Xian transmitted his voice to Qin Xianer. Qin Xianer nodded. Don't worry. Indeed, although he wasn't as strong as Lin Xian, he was still a top-notch genius. Previously, he was surrounded by so many powerful saints, but he wasn't injured. It wouldn't be easy to injure him. Charge! Pang Mo, who was in front, roared. He opened the sky with both hands, forming a huge axe and slashing it down. The surrounding people also moved. At the same time, many figures streaked across the void behind them. Their auras were also extremely powerful. Obviously, these people couldn't hold back and wanted to attack. Boz! Boz! Countless black runes covered the sky like worms. Many of them swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body was covered in flames. He pushed out his palm and sent those black runes flying. On the other side, Guan Sanghai formed a wave vortex. Those who entered were all sucked in and couldn't come out. Qin Xianer kept dodging. She was good at illusions, but those runes didn't have souls. Therefore, her illusions were useless. However, she had a lot of trump cards in her hand. She took out an umbrella and spun it, blocking the runes that filled the sky. The three of them moved forward quickly. However, there were more and more black runes in front of them. Even those runes were quickly interweaving, forming one large black hand after another that pounced over. Then, the situation changed. Some people were sent flying, and some were directly killed. All kinds of roars and roars were heard. Lin Xian even had a black hand pouncing on him. Chapter 4192. Boom! Lin Xian didn't dodge. Instead, he reached out his palm and blocked the attack. With a boom, he was pushed back and felt his arm go numb. However, the palm formed by the black runes also slowly disappeared. Lin Xian didn't care at first, but when he saw the people around him attacking crazily and the black runes being scattered and reformed, he was stunned. He remembered that after he attacked, they disappeared directly, and the others couldn't make them disappear. What was going on? Lin Xian knew that this wasn't because of the great dragon sword soul. Because he realized that when Pang Mo attacked, he could also make the black runes disappear. However, Guan Sanghai couldn't, and even Qin Xianer couldn't. He thought about it and instantly understood. He said, "This thing can only be attacked with strength, so it's probably immune to the law of divine powers. Don't use that kind of divine powers again." Qin Xianer was shocked when she heard that. Guan Sanghai was also shocked. In the next moment, he reached out a blue palm and slapped forward. Although he was pushed back, he realized that some of the runes were destroyed. Sword Maniac, your observation skills are really terrifying. Guan Sanghai was shocked. Qin Xianer smiled bitterly. "I'm not good at this kind of close combat. Don't worry, follow me." Lin Xian attacked quickly. He led the way while Qin Xianer followed behind. Guan Sanghai also smiled. "Then I won't hold back." He also followed. Lin Xian was extremely powerful. At this moment, he attacked with all his strength and his speed was shocking. The various palms and fists formed by the black runes were all blasted away by him. He was simply advancing courageously. Soon, he shook off those people and even surpassed the side demon. Seeing this, the side demon was also stunned. How was it possible? How could anyone be faster than him? He looked over. When he saw Lin Xian and the other two, he snorted in his heart. It turned out that they were relying on their advantage in numbers. It was nothing. He was still the best in one-on-one combat. The others also realized this and changed their strategy. Although most of them knew how to deal with it, they still couldn't pass. After all, not everyone's physique was as strong as this. Therefore, only a small number of people were able to advance. Most people could only retreat helplessly. Some people had even given up because they felt that it was too dangerous to stay here any longer. Buzz. Lin Xian's speed was very fast. Finally, he was the first to reach the front. There was a valley there. The top of the valley was covered in black chains. The black runes on the chains made people feel extremely shocked. Thinking about it, it should be in this valley. They didn't rush forward rashly. Not long after, more people came from behind. The side demon was the second to arrive. When he arrived, he saw Lin Xian and the other two. Suddenly, he snorted coldly with a trace of hostility in his eyes. After all, he was overtaken by others, which made him feel very unhappy. Following that, another 5 figures fell. Without exception, these people were all close combat types with strong physiques. As for the others, it was likely that they would not be able to come here. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Qin Xianer and Guan Sanghai were not close combat strength type. However, with Lin Xian leading the way, they could still come. The 9 of them stood outside the valley and looked around curiously. However, they didn't act rashly. At the same time, the void fluctuated, causing everyone to be stunned. This was because they discovered that in another direction of the valley, another person had appeared. These people's figures were abnormally hazy. It was impossible to see who they were. Could it be that they weren't in the same space? Guan Sanghai frowned. Lin Xian was also surprised. He activated his heavenly secret god eyes and found that through his eye technique, he could see that the space had folded a lot. Obviously, these people were indeed not in the same space. However, everyone only had one goal, and that was the valley in front of them. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian walked forward. At this moment, a cold snort was heard. Then, the ground cracked open and a force swept towards him. Lin Xian's expression changed. He stomped his foot and shattered the force. The next moment, he turned his head. The side demon walked over and said coldly, "Who allowed you to enter?" "Why, Are you trying to stop me? Lin Xian's expression was cold. Humph, don't think that you can be the first to enter just because you came first. You're just relying on the advantage of numbers. Otherwise, how could you have arrived before me? The side demon's voice was loud and clear. He said, I'll go first. You all wait outside. Hearing this, Qin Xiener and the others' expressions changed. Lin Xian also laughed. How domineering. You think you can go first because you're the strongest. Unfortunately, you're the second to come. If you want to enter, line up behind me. If you dare to provoke me again, I'll make sure you won't be able to enter for the rest of your life. Kid, do you think you can be so arrogant because you have the advantage of numbers? The side demon sneered and waved his hand. Behind him, another two people stood out. These two people had extraordinary physiques. One of them was fiery red and had a terrifying temperature. The other was like a walking beast. The appearance of these two people caused the pressure in the area to multiply. Do you think I don't have any helpers? 3 against 3, you're no match for me. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get lost. Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Beside him, Guan Sanghai and Qin Xiener also frowned. Were they going to fight? However, they weren't afraid. Previously, because of the Black Palm, they were immune to the law of mystic powers. That was why they couldn't use their skills. However, these three people were different. So what if their physiques were strong? Seems like you really want to fight. Alright, I'll give you a chance to fight one-on-one. Lin Xian looked ahead and said indifferently. He saw that the other party's physique wasn't bad. It was worth it for him to fight. Even now, you still dare to be arrogant. You really don't know what's good for you. Bien Mo also laughed coldly. A cold glint surfaced in his eyes. Would he be afraid of a one-on-one fight? Behind him, the other two revealed a sinister smile. Since Big Brother wants to fight one-on-one, we'll play with him. As he spoke, the fiery red man stared at Guan Sanghai while the other demonic beast stared at Qin Xiener. She's a fairy. However, I won't hold back. Instantly, the demonic beast stretched out a huge palm and slapped towards the front. Qin Xiener sneered. How dare the other party look down on her? In the next moment, her body swayed and the sound wave attack rushed out. With a boom, the demonic beast's body shook and his face turned sinister. Damn it, a soul attack. Roar! He roared and his terrifying blood chi vibrated to resist the sound wave attack. However, it was useless. He had underestimated Qin Xiener. Qin Xiener had the talent of 7 tails. In addition, she was a top genius of the Joyous Union Palace. She had too many illusions in her hands. After a few moves, the demonic beast roared crazily. It seemed like his soul was severely injured. Damn it, how did this happen? He was going crazy. Originally, he thought that he could dominate the world with his physique. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.